Chapter 770. The more he advanced, the more solemn Yen Chutian became. He knew very well that the formation core could be hidden in any corner. After all, although every formation had a formation core, the formation core could be ever-changing, just like the formation itself. Otherwise, if the formation core could be found or touched at will, what kind of power would the formation have? With a solemn expression, Yen Chutian naturally would no longer conserve the use of his spiritual eyes. The vertical eye between his eyebrows swept across the surrounding heaven and earth, scanning every inch of the grass, every tree, and even the ground. Following behind Yen Chutian, Maihani could also feel the seriousness of the former at this moment, so she did not dare to make any movements for fear of disturbing him. But at this moment, there was a sudden commotion in the heaven and earth in front of them. Then, from the dense forest, a mass of green light suddenly rushed out. If it were before, Yen Chutian might have been surprised and puzzled by this situation, but now he knew that there were strange five-element creatures formed from crystal marrow in this forest. Therefore, he almost did not need to think about this green light in front of him to determine that it was one of the five-element creatures. And the result was the same. When the green light approached, he could clearly see that there was a wooden figure that looked like a Yuanying person inside. In such a situation, it was obvious that this wooden figure was driving the light around it to escape quickly. For such a prey that could be said to have delivered itself to his doorstep, Yen Chutian certainly would not be polite. As he raised his hand, a vast amount of spiritual energy supported a light screen, which directly wrapped around the green light. However, it was also during this time that he was able to see clearly. The green ball of light didn't seem to be aware of its entrapment at all, and continued to charge straight at it. This allowed Yen Chutian to keenly sense something. Although he did not hesitate in the slightest in controlling the spiritual energy light screen, his perception and sight were all focused in the direction that the green light ball had escaped from. In fact, it was not only him, but Maihani had also keenly sensed something. It was just that the surrounding fog was extremely dense, which hindered his perception. Otherwise, she would have frantically extended her perception towards the surroundings. However, there was actually no need for them to extend their perception, because in just a few breaths of time, the whistling sound of wind breaking was heard. Soon after, two figures rushed out of the fog one after another and landed in front of Yen Chutian and Maihani. Their eyes met. When the two figures who had suddenly charged out of the fog saw Yen Chutian and Maihani, especially when they were certain that they were not from the same faction, their eyes flickered. However, their expressions quickly calmed down. That was because they could clearly see that one of the two people before them was strong and the other weak. The strong one was indeed not to be underestimated, but the weak one was an excellent breakthrough point. As long as they could defeat that weakling, it would not be a problem for the two of them to work together to deal with the stronger ones. With that thought in mind, the two of them became even calmer. The person on the left even sneered. "Haha! I didn't expect that this mysterious land of opportunity had already been infiltrated by you disciples of the Cloud Sky faction. However, since my Kongtong faction has also discovered this place, then your Cloud Sky faction will definitely not have the luck to enjoy this land of opportunity. If you know what's good for you, hand over the wind attribute creature and all the crystal essences you obtained earlier. Otherwise, today will be your last moment in this sky desert world." Hearing these words, Maihani's pretty face was already filled with anger. She was not afraid of any one of these two people, but with the two of them together, even she was a little forced. After all, these two people, regardless of whether it was the former or the latter, had both stepped into the 5th level of the Heavenly Palace stage. Although he was also at the 5th level of the Heavenly Palace stage, as the saying goes, 2 fists cannot fight 4 hands. How could he fight these two at the same time? As for Yen Chutian, Maihani naturally did not think of him. However, even if she knew, she could not look at him with ordinary eyes. However, she still found it hard to imagine that the other party, who had not even truly stepped into the Tianfuging fourth floor, could fight against someone at the fifth level of the Heavenly Palace stage, because in between there was a full 2 levels of cultivation. So, could it be that today, he could only run away without a fight? Sensing my Hani's inadvertent gaze, as well as the unwillingness and helplessness on her pretty face, Yi Chutian could not help but laugh. How could Yen Chutian not understand what she was thinking? However, just as the former thought, even Yen Chutian himself did not have much confidence in being able to cross 2 levels and fight the other party head-on. After all, the Heavenly Palace stage was completely different from the other realms. It was a true battle of the Heavenly Palace, and the foundation of the Heavenly Palace was something that was real. If it was there, it was there. If it was not there, it was not there. How could it be easy to make up for the gap? However, although he did not have the confidence to defeat the other party, he had stood at the peak of the Tianfuging fourth floor for a long time. He more or less had the confidence to fight the other party without losing. Therefore, Yen Chutian did not hesitate for too long and quickly sent a voice transmission to my Hani. I can delay one of them for some time. If you have the confidence to defeat one of them alone, then let's make a move. Otherwise, don't waste time and just run away. Hearing Yen Chutian's words, my Hani was stunned. However, she was stunned not because she was thinking about whether she could defeat the other party alone, but because she found it hard to imagine that Yen Chutian actually said that he could delay one of the other party. That was a true 5th level of the Heavenly Palace stage. Even if he had not stepped into it for a long time, the foundation of the Heavenly Palace was at least 50,000 feet. And even if he was extraordinary, how far could the other party, who was at the 3rd level of the Heavenly Palace stage, open up the Heavenly Palace? 31,200 feet was probably the limit. With such a gap in the foundation of the Heavenly Palace stage, how could he say that he could delay the other party? But at this time, my Hani also knew that she did not have much time to think. Perhaps Yen Chutian had always given her a sense of authenticity, or perhaps it was because of his extraordinary performance. After a moment she gritted her teeth and said, "As long as you can delay one of them for half an incense stick's time, I guarantee that I will take care of the other person in half an incense stick's time." Okay. Hearing my Hani's words, Yen Chutian did not hesitate and immediately agreed. Then, he controlled his spiritual energy and descended in front of one of the figures. But at the same time, seeing that Yen Chutian agreed so readily, my Hani was a little surprised and doubtful. Was he so confident that he could delay a 5th-level Heavenly Palace stage expert for half an incense stick's time with his cultivation at the 3rd level of the Heavenly Palace stage? But since they had already made their move, it was too late to regret anything. So soon, my Hani adjusted her expression and controlled her spiritual energy to rise. A moment later, she faced the other figure. Such a scene obviously made the 2 disciples of the Kongtong sect know what the other party's answer was without thinking too much. But this situation was obviously a little unbelievable because they had already expected that the other party would not do as they wished. But they did not expect that the other party would not choose to escape, but to take the initiative to fight them head-on. Could it be that they thought they could defeat the 2 of them at the 5th level of the Heavenly Palace stage? Haha! What, do you think you can defeat the 2 of us with the strength of the 2 of you? It's true that your cultivation is at the 5th level of the Heavenly Palace stage, but the 2 of us are also at the 5th level of the Heavenly Palace stage. On the other hand, your companion seems to have not even set foot on the 4th floor. My Hani directly faced the silver-haired youth. His words hit the nail on the head, making it impossible for my Hani to refute. But my Hani was not prepared to refute and said indifferently, "As long as I kill you, your companion will naturally not be a problem." Do you think that your companion, who hasn't even stepped into the 4th level of the Heaven Palace realm, will be able to last until you defeat me? If that's the case, then I'm afraid the result will make you despair. The silver-haired youth pretended to be curious and sneered. As he raised his palm, wisps of silver aura rose and lingered around him. He was going to take the initiative to attack. Obviously, the silver-haired youth was extremely proud in his heart. He did not even believe that the other party, who was also at the 5th level of the Heavenly Palace stage, would think that he could defeat him in a one-on-one fight? Chapter 771. The silver-haired youth brazenly attacked, and the mysterious silver aura around his body whistled out along with his palm. Faintly, it had condensed into a silver dragon. When it opened its mouth, it shook the heavens and the earth. It was able to swallow and collapse space as it tried to devour Maihani. However, seeing this, Maihani was not afraid. Her delicate body slightly moved, and her unique spiritual energy spread out and gathered. In the next instant, her jade hand suddenly waved down, and an extremely dazzling sword light lit up the heavens and the earth. In the next instant, one could see that the roaring silver dragon had been torn apart from the top of its head. Seemingly because of the power of this attack, the silver-haired youth hurriedly retreated. Immediately after, he glanced at his broken spiritual energy silver dragon, then raised his gaze to look at Wu Hani, and saw that the latter's sword light was gradually dimming. A solemn expression that had never been seen before quietly appeared. This attack seemed simple, but it made him feel that his opponent was not simple. Thus, even if he was unwilling, he had to admit it. If he fought her one-on-one, he was afraid that he would not be her match. However, admitting that he was not her match was one thing, but he also did not believe that an ant that had not even stepped onto the time-fuging 4th floor could stall for time. As long as that ant was defeated, the two of them could join hands to deal with the woman in front of them. In that case, no matter how strong the other party was, they would definitely be defeated in a prolonged battle. Thinking to there, he slowly retracted his spiritual energy. He was prepared to not take the initiative to attack and instead focus on defense. Looking at him like this, Maihani's expression slightly changed. However, this was something that she had expected, so her expression did not become ugly. As for Yan Chutian, she did not look at him. However, in reality it was because she did not dare to look. Right now, Maihani only had one thought in her mind, which was to defeat the disciple of the Kongtong faction in front of her. With such a thought, Maihani did not hesitate to go ashore. Her jade hand slowly formed a seal, and immediately, rays of dazzling sword light appeared one after another. The dazzling light illuminated the entire world. While Maihani was launching her attacks, Yan Chutian was facing off against the short-haired man. Since the other party didn't move, he, who was stalling for time, naturally wouldn't take the initiative to attack. However, the black-haired man clearly knew what Yan Chutian's objective was. Hence, he quickly let out a cold laugh. Soon after, his figure suddenly disappeared like mist. Yan Chutian was not afraid of the situation in front of him. He was even a little happy with the other party's choice. After all, his goal was only to stall for time, and the fact that the other party looked down on him was obviously a good thing. The black-haired man suddenly disappeared from his original spot, and immediately after, as if in an instant, his body silently appeared 10 feet behind Yan Chutian. However, the black-haired man still had a cold smile on his face as he slowly raised his palm. However, the figure in front of him suddenly disappeared as well. This situation couldn't help but cause his face to change. This was because he didn't see how the other party left in front of his eyes. In other words, the movement technique that the other party used was obviously a level higher than his. Understanding this point, the black-haired man's face naturally became even more ugly. As his face turned cold, the surrounding spiritual energy stacked up layer by layer, crushing the surrounding space, causing cracks to continuously appear. Great 5 Thunder Scripture, rolling heavenly thunder. As he shouted in a low voice, The spiritual energy around his body seemed to have transformed into streaks of lightning that continuously swept towards the surrounding space. Although there wasn't any shocking movement wherever the lightning passed, the aura that spread out was enough to make one's heart tremble. At the very least, this kind of lightning was something that even the time-fuging fourth floor wouldn't dare to touch. This was because, to them, touching it would be extremely dangerous. The spread of the lightning was obviously extremely effective in restraining the movement technique. After all, the lightning didn't need to be targeted at all. It only needed to spread out. As the lightning spread out, it was truly like rolling heavenly thunder as it spread towards a certain direction. Immediately after, as if it had touched a certain object, there was a light that was even more dazzling than before that continuously blossomed. Looking at this scene, the corner of the black-haired man's mouth couldn't help but curl up into a cold smile. So what if this ant had an extraordinary movement technique? Under his great 5 thunder scripture, it still wasn't worth mentioning. As for under his rolling heavenly thunder, that ant was probably already heavily injured, right? As he thought about this, the cold smile on the black-haired man's face became even denser. However, immediately after, as the lightning gradually calmed down, the scene within was also revealed. This caused the cold smile on the black-haired man's face to freeze bit by bit. One could clearly see that after the lightning calmed down, a shattered light screen that was already filled with cracks appeared in the heavens and earth. However, no matter how broken the light screen was, the figure behind the light screen was completely unharmed. As for the figure behind the light screen, who else could it be other than Yan Chutian? After a short moment of absent-mindedness, the black-haired man's face became even colder. No matter how he thought about it, he didn't expect that Lin Fan would actually be completely unharmed under his rolling heavenly thunder. However, he could also tell that Lin Fan's defense was at most able to block to such an extent. Once he attacked again, it would truly be the time of death for Lin Fan. Humph, I want to see if you can still block the next attack. As he snorted, the black-haired man's hand continued to form seals. As the seals appeared, strands of lightning appeared in the heavens and earth like snakes. Great 5 thunder scripture, heavenly heart lightning formation. Another low shout sounded out. This time, compared to before, the rolling heavenly thunder was even denser and denser as it continuously appeared in the heavens and earth. If it was before, the rolling heavenly thunder was a stretch of heavenly thunder that spread out. However, this heavenly heart lightning formation was like lightning that covered the heavens and earth that descended from the heavens. One could imagine that this might was more than twice as strong as before. Similarly, looking at the lightning formation, not only did the black-haired man, but even his companion, the silver-haired man, couldn't help but sneer as he blocked Maihani's attack. Ha! After this attack, your companion will leave the stage in a sorry state. Don't tell me you still think that he has the possibility of blocking it? However, no matter how the silver-haired man sneered, Maihani didn't care at all. She continued to gather sword light around her. As for the power that spread out, it was even stronger than the heavenly heart lightning formation. This scene caused the silver-haired man to curse in his heart. If he had known earlier, he would have been the one to deal with that ant. Only the heavens knew that this woman was actually so terrifying. If this were to continue, even he would probably be defeated by him. However, it would only last for a short while. Once that ant was severely injured and eliminated, no matter how terrifying this woman was, she would still be defeated by the two of them. At the same time, the dazzling lightning had already covered the heavens and earth. Under the black-haired man's control, it pressed down on Yan Chutian. In the next instant, the earth-shaking rumble of thunder resounded through the entire universe. The shock wave that exploded out was so shocking that even space couldn't withstand it. It continuously tore apart and collapsed. Only when such a commotion sounded out did the black-haired man let out a sigh of relief. Thinking about it, that ant definitely wouldn't be able to block such an attack. His nameplate might even be torn apart and he would be eliminated from the sky desert. That was also good. Next, he would be able to free himself to join hands with his companion. Thus, even if the remaining Cloud Sky lineage's disciple wasn't ordinary, he wouldn't be able to escape the fate of being defeated by the two of them. Two fists couldn't fight four hands. That was the logic. At that instant, the silver-haired man's sneer became more and more intense. Even Maihani's face couldn't help but twitch at that moment. In reality, how could she not feel Yan Chutian's movement? She had just been deliberately ignoring it. However, could it be that she was still a step too late? But just as the black-haired man slightly stabilized the spiritual energy in his body and prepared to explosively shoot towards Maihani's direction. However, he didn't expect that from the rippling lightning that hadn't completely calmed down, a calm and indifferent laughter suddenly and slowly rang out. Kong Tong lineage's prides, the battle between us hasn't ended yet. The moment those words were spoken, the entire place was silent. Not to mention the black-haired man, even the silver-haired man and Maihani's faces were filled with shock. Chapter 772. Accompanied by an indifferent chuckle, the thunderous voice rang out from the turbulent space that had yet to calm down. The expressions of the three people present changed. Not to mention the two silver metal disciples of the Kongtong faction, even Wu Hani, who knew of Yan Chutian's extraordinariness, couldn't help but be shocked at this moment. What she knew was that he wasn't afraid when facing a cultivator from the Tianfuging 4th floor, and could even contend with a cultivator at the 5th level of the Tianfuging stage. However, she never knew that such a degree of contending could actually reach the level of blocking a cultivator at the 5th level of the Tianfuging stage. Such a ferocious and powerful spirit art. If Maihani was like this, one could imagine how shocked the two silver disciples of the Kongtong faction were. Especially the black-haired man who was fighting with Yan Chutian. He couldn't accept it. After all, he had full confidence in his Sky Core Thunder Array. Even a cultivator at the 5th level of the Tianfuging stage wouldn't dare to underestimate the power of the Sky Core Thunder Array. How could a mere disciple of the Yuntian faction, who hadn't even stepped into the Tianfuging 4th floor, be safe and sound? However, when the thunderous sound gradually subsided, the turbulent space also completely calmed down. A figure that was truly safe and sound, and could even be said to be completely unharmed, once again appeared in this world. Looking at this figure, even if the black-haired man couldn't believe it, he had no choice but to accept the result in front of him. And it was also at this moment that the silver-haired man's anxious shout immediately rang out on the other side. "Shinzhou, what are you doing? Hurry up and deal with that ant and come help me." Hearing this, the black-haired man called Shinzhou looked over and knew that it was no wonder that the other party was so anxious. It could be seen that the silver-haired youth had been forced into an extremely miserable state by Maihani. In reality, this was also borrowing Yan Chutian's momentum. Earlier, when he was shocked by Yan Chutian's performance, Maihani seized the opportunity to injure him. Furthermore, Maihani was suppressing him to begin with. Now, she had even injured him. From this, one could imagine how powerful the suppression was. Upon seeing this, the black-haired man, who was Shunzhou, understood that this matter could not be dragged on any longer. If they continued to drag this out and waited for their companion to be defeated, then the result of today's battle could very well turn out to be their defeat. Furthermore, this sort of defeat could even be said to be a crushing defeat. With this thought in mind, Shunzhou deeply inhaled a breath of air. Following which, his chilling gaze once again turned towards Yan Chutian. This time, he did not say anything. However, anyone could easily sense how furious he was at that moment. While his eyes were densely cold, his palm once again slowly formed. Rich thunderbolt strength once again gathered like before. However, if one were to carefully sense it, one would be able to sense that the thunderbolt gathering around his body was different from before. Shockingly, one could see a strand of blood faintly discernible as the thunderbolt flickered. It seemed that it was because of this strand of blood lightning that an unprecedented killing intent gradually spread. Only when the blood lightning became increasingly dense did Shen Zhou once again raise his gaze. At this moment, even his eyes seemed to be flickering with blood-red thunderbolts. Great 5 lightning scripture, 5 lightnings. Following which, he decisively shouted. The instant his shout sounded, the thunderbolts around his body, including the blood-red thunderbolts, were like swimming dragons as they swiftly surged. Perhaps at this moment, the commotion caused by the attack was not as great as before. However, even Yan Chutian did not doubt that this 5 lightnings was even more powerful than the lightning array from before. Clearly, this disciple of the Kongtong faction clearly understood that he could not continue to be delayed by him. Hence, he had already completely displayed all of his trump cards. Facing such an attack, Yan Chutian was also very clear that he could no longer hide anything. Otherwise, not to mention whether or not he could safely block it, even if he could, his situation would become quite miserable. Thus, when the lightning dragon shattered the space and forcefully swallowed the space he was in, a very inconspicuous mud suddenly appeared in his palm. Of course, it was impossible for this to be just an ordinary lump of mud. It was the true crystal marrow saliva that he had painstakingly obtained that day. Boom boom! As the lightning dragon descended, it swallowed the heavens and devoured the earth. The crushing aura that came crushing down truly made even a cultivator at the 5th level of the Heavenly Palace stage feel pressured. Displaying such an attack was clearly not a small problem for Shen Zhou. It was clear that at this moment, his face was somewhat pale. In fact, this 5 lightnings was Shen Zhou's final move. Originally, he thought that it was a trump card that he would only use at a critical moment. However, in the current situation, he had no choice but to use this trump card. On the surface, it seemed like he was using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. However, he could only do this just in case. It was also because of this that after the 5 lightnings descended, Shen Zhou did not even look at Yan Chutian. This was because he thought that it was impossible for the other party to block this spirit art. However, would the situation really be as he thought? Boom boom! An earth-shaking rumble resounded in the world once again. Not to mention that the huge movement tore layers of gaps in the space. Even the ripples that spread out were enough to crack the earth and break the space. However, even as he watched this scene, the silver-haired man from the Kongtong faction could not relax at all. After all, he was currently suppressed to an extremely miserable state by Maihani. However, he was still able to secretly sigh in relief in his heart. After all, he was able to sense that Shen Zhou should have used his trump card, the 5 lightnings bombardment. In this way, the ant from the Cloud Sky faction would definitely be eliminated. As long as that ant was eliminated, Shen Zhou would be able to free up his hands. At that time, he would be able to vent the unhappiness of being suppressed by this woman to his heart's content. As the 5 lightnings passed, Shen Zhou did not even look at it. Ignoring the rumble that shook the sky, he controlled his spirit energy and was about to rush to his companions. However, at the same time, even with the same action, a faint smile that he was extremely familiar with slowly rang out from the turbulent space. Pride of the Kongtong faction, it seems that the battle between us is not over yet, In an instant, Shen Zhou's expression changed drastically. Immediately after, he hurriedly turned around. When he saw that the commotion had gradually calmed down, a figure that was still intact like before appeared. He finally could not suppress the disbelief in his heart. How is this possible? With the power of my 5 lightnings, how can you be safe and sound? However, in response to his disbelief, Yan Chutian, who was gradually calming down from the turbulent space, only smiled indifferently. Of course, he would not reveal his trump card, the crystal marrow saliva. Otherwise, the power of this treasure, which could be used to great effect most of the time, would be greatly reduced. For example, in the eyes of the Kongtong faction disciple, at this moment, He was definitely indescribable and impossible to determine his strength. However, if the Kongtong faction disciple knew that he had the crystal marrow saliva, the situation would not be like this. One had to admit that in certain aspects, Yan Chutian's ability to grasp people's hearts had reached an extremely terrifying level. In front of him, Shenzhou was completely unable to determine what level his opponent's cultivation had reached. He did not believe that his opponent was only at the third level of the Heaven Palace realm. How could a person at the third level of the Heaven Palace realm, or even the Tianfuging fourth floor, block his 5 lightnings so easily? Ah! At the same time, in another part of the battlefield, the silver-haired man suddenly let out a scream. Immediately after, a figure fell from the sky like a cannonball and heavily smashed into the ground, creating a deep and huge hole in the ground. If one continued to look up, one would see a graceful figure standing in the air. Her fair, smooth forehead was covered in a thin layer of sweat. Obviously, even if she defeated the silver-haired man, it would not be easy for Maihani, and it would consume a lot of her energy. However, at this moment, Maihani could no longer care about her energy consumption. Her beautiful eyes, which could not conceal her shock, were fixed on Yan Chutian's figure from afar. Even she didn't have the confidence to escape unscathed from the 5 thunder bombardment earlier. Therefore, she found it hard to imagine how Yan Chutian, with her cultivation at the third level of the Heaven Palace realm, was able to withstand the spirit technique so easily. Chapter 773. However, no matter how shocked Maihani was, she would never forget what was most important right now. After smashing the silver-haired man into the ground, her delicate body did not stop. With a light tap of her jade-like foot, she had already used her spiritual energy to speed away, continuing to head straight for Shenzhou. However, as her delicate body flashed, Shenzhou also noticed it. Facing such a situation, he did not hesitate at all. Spiritual energy gushed out from behind him as he frantically escaped. Maihani clearly did not expect that Shenzhou would actually escape so quickly, not even looking at his companions. Because of this, she, who was originally holding back, naturally could not catch up. She could only watch the former frantically escape. In just a few breaths, Shenzhou disappeared between the forest and the white fog. Looking at this scene, although Maihani felt that it was a pity, she also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, at this moment she had consumed a lot of spiritual energy. Although it was indeed a pity to let him go like this. However, to her, it was also a disguised form of less consumption or even injury. At the same time, Yan Chutian also slowly descended. Sensing Yan Chutian's approach, Maihani immediately looked over with her beautiful eyes. In those beautiful eyes, there was a faintly discernible look of surprise like before. Being stared at like this, Yan Chutian naturally felt a little embarrassed, and hurriedly coughed. Hearing his dry cough, Maihani came back to her senses. Her beautiful face was slightly red as she hurriedly looked away. Normally, she was the focus of the crowd and received attention from many people. Since when did she pay so much attention to others, let alone a man? However, even if she looked away, she did not forget to say, "I didn't expect you to be able to even block the spiritual energy attack of the Kongtong faction's disciple. I was just lucky." Yan Chutian laughed faintly. Soon after, he flashed and arrived above the unconscious silver-haired man in the depths of the huge pit. Looking at the unconscious silver-haired man in the pit, Yan Chutian would not be courteous. He immediately went up and looted his storage bag. Unfortunately, the most he could do was take the storage pouch. The storage ring was connected to the nameplate. Once touched, the nameplate would shatter. But even if he could only move his storage pouch, that was enough. Some of the things that were put away at the last minute would be subconsciously put away into the storage bag. At the very least, Yan Chutian had found 2 quasi-grade 5 crystal essences and several lower-grade crystal essences in the silver-haired man's storage bag. This could be considered to be a pretty decent harvest. Of course, Yen Chutian would not forget who had defeated the silver-haired man. Hence, he only kept one quasi-grade 5 crystal essence, before placing the rest in his storage bag and handing them to Maihani. Seeing this, Maihani didn't stand on ceremony. She took the storage bag and put away all the crystal essences inside. As for the storage bag, she didn't care about it at all and immediately threw it away. Then, she didn't forget to flick her finger and shoot out a wisp of spiritual energy, completely shattering the silver-haired man's nameplate. Maihani clearly remembered how arrogant this guy had been before. Looking at Maihani's silent actions, Yen Chutian secretly swallowed his saliva. He could only inwardly sigh at a woman's heart. When a wisp of spiritual energy touched it lightly, the destructive fluctuations that erupted in an instant couldn't be ignored. It also caused the silver-haired man's nameplate to shatter, turning into spatial energy and sending him away. Seeing the other party leave in a sorry state, Maihani's small face finally revealed a faint smile. Then, she gently wiped the fragrant sweat off her forehead and looked forward with her beautiful eyes. However, just as she was about to open her mouth, she suddenly sensed that beside her, Yen Chutian was staring closely at the large pit that the Kongtong disciple had created. This caused Maihani to also look over, but even after sweeping her gaze and using her spiritual energy, she still couldn't find anything strange. Of course, Maihani couldn't see anything strange, because even Yen Chutian could only vaguely sense a wisp of something strange with his spiritual eye. However, even if it was only a wisp of something strange, it was enough for him to vaguely sense something. However, he still couldn't be sure, so he didn't say anything and just walked into the deep pit step by step. Continuing to gaze with his spiritual eye, Yen Chutian formed a seal with his hands. Wisps of indescribable mysterious power spread out, flowing along the ground and converging into the deep pit. 1 breath, 2 breaths, but the deep pit remained calm, without any strange movements. When Maihani saw this, she couldn't help but frown her beautiful eyes and subconsciously wanted to speak. However, just as she opened her mouth, the deep pit that had remained calm until now finally emitted rays of blue light that continuously spread towards the ground and the sky. Looking at this scene, Maihani also acutely sensed something, and an uncontrollable joy appeared on her face. In fact, at this moment, it wasn't just her, but Yen Chutian's face was also full of joy. This was because even he didn't expect that the location of the formation core would be found by him under such a coincidence. The seal in his hands changed again, and mysterious power quickly poured into the deep pit. In the dazzling deep pit, a spatial whirlpool gradually appeared. Yen Chutian could clearly sense that this spatial whirlpool was the formation core of this natural formation, which was also where the exit was. As long as one entered, they would be directly transported out of this natural formation, which was also this forest. This is the formation core of the exit? Seeing the spatial whirlpool appear, Maihani finally couldn't help but ask. In response to her question, Yen Chutian naturally nodded heavily. After nodding, Yen Chutian didn't forget to ask, "Fellow Taoist Wu, do you have a way to notify the other disciples?" Hearing this, Maihani didn't answer. Instead, with a slight movement of her jade-like hand, a small square plate appeared in her fair palm. Shortly after, she slowly poured spiritual power into the square plate, causing it to emit a faint light. After about 5 breaths of time, Maihani withdrew her jade-like hand, and the square plate in her hand also disappeared. After that, she said to Yen Chutian, "I've already notified Yuan Yang, and also told him of the appearance of the Kong Tong disciples. With his status, he can naturally spread the news quickly. However, the rumors mentioned that I accidentally discovered this exit, and didn't mention your contribution." It wasn't difficult for Yen Chutian to understand Maihani's meaning. In fact, he could also imagine that if he said that he had found the exit, many people, including Yuan Yang, wouldn't believe it at all. Only an extremely popular figure like Maihani, who said that she had accidentally discovered the exit, would be able to convince many disciples. After all, in the eyes of the silver disciples, he was just a bold bronze disciple. As for Maihani's worries, there was even less need to worry. Although he wanted to use the opportunity of this sky desert to make a name for himself and ask to see his master. However, he wouldn't ignore the big picture because of this. At the same time, in a mountain forest an unknown number of miles away, Yuan Yang killed a tree demon with a single hand under the dense white fog. Immediately, he did not forget to take the strange creature on the ground into his hand and swiftly refined it. After a few breaths of time, the strange creature in his hand turned into a crystal marrow. There were a lot of cores in this crystal marrow, and there were already 5 of them. In other words, this was a 5th-grade crystal marrow. Unfortunately, the 5th-grade crystal marrow wasn't of much use to him now. After all, he had already stepped into the time-fuging 7th floor. Even if he used the 5th-grade crystal marrow to polish the sky desert, the range and effect of the polishing were extremely limited. However, no matter how small a mosquito's leg was, it was still a piece of meat. He still put the 5th-grade crystal marrow into his bag. Just as he put away the 5th-grade crystal marrow, his eyebrows suddenly twitched. Then, he raised his hand slightly, and a square plate slowly appeared. After a moment, a glint flashed in the depths of his eyes. This was because even he didn't expect that his disciple, Maihani, would actually find the exit of this natural formation. Originally, in his opinion, this should be something that he or Ba Hong could do. As for the appearance of the disciples of the Kongtong sect, he had long known about it and secretly spread the news. However, it was naturally excellent that someone had found the exit. This way, he could save himself the effort and free up the time to search for higher-grade crystal marrow in this forest. Yuan Yang didn't believe that there wouldn't be 6th-grade or 7th-grade crystal marrow in such a natural formation that took advantage of the geographical advantage. In his eyes, this was a land of opportunity that was comparable to a land of treasures. Of course, before continuing to search for crystal marrow, he wouldn't forget to spread the news. As for Ba Hong and his disciples, he believed that they should also be able to receive this news. Chapter 774. Although they had finally found the eye of the formation, Yen Chutian and Maihani would not take this opportunity to leave, because to them, the crystal marrow opportunities in this mountain forest were more precious. However, even though they knew that there was an opportunity before them, the 2 of them had to be more cautious than before. This was because they already knew that the disciples of the Kongtong branch had also found this place. They definitely did not believe that only 2 people from the Kongtong branch had found this place. Therefore, it was very likely that they would encounter more and more powerful disciples from the Kongtong branch at any time. Given the relationship between the 2 branches, it was easy to imagine what kind of situation they would encounter. It was unknown whether it was a coincidence or not, but just as Yen Chutian and Maihani continued to search for crystal marrow opportunities in this mountain forest, after only half a day, the 2 of them, who were extremely alert, sensed that there were spiritual auras in the dark valley ahead that had not been concealed. Since they had already paid attention to this, they naturally would not take the initiative to show themselves. Instead, they secretly concealed their auras, looked at each other, and quietly rushed in from the left and right side. When the 2 of them finally met in the sky above the dark valley like ghosts, they saw that there were several figures sitting cross-legged in the dark valley. Their clothes had already vaguely revealed their identity. They belonged to the Kongtong branch. Lin Yun roughly sensed that there were 4 spiritual auras that had reached the 5th level of the Heaven Palace realm. Only the remaining 2 were still at the quasi-5th level of the Heaven Palace stage, and it was precisely these 2 auras that were sitting cross-legged that were clearly closer to the outside. This scene made not only Maihani, but also Yen Chutian's eyes narrowed. He knew very well that such a small team of Kongtong disciples was definitely not a match for him and Maihani. If they were discovered by the other party, they would be in a sorry state when escaping. However, although their hearts were solemn, the two of them also discovered that the 6 Kongtong disciples sitting cross-legged in the dark valley had not refined any crystal marrow. Therefore, it was somewhat strange for them to sit like this, as if they were waiting for something. As if to confirm their thoughts, there were suddenly waves surging from the bottom of the dark valley. Upon closer inspection, he realized that there was actually a pool at the bottom of the dark valley. As the waves in the pool surged, one could clearly see strange aquatic creatures poking their heads out of the water from time to look at the outside world. It was also at this moment that the 6 disciples of the Kongtong lineage, who were seated cross-legged, opened their eyes one after another, and then they each displayed their own methods to capture the strange wave-like creatures that were poking their heads out from the waves. With such a result, there would naturally be people who succeeded and people who failed. When the waves gradually subsided, the water at the bottom of the dark valley was so calm that it was almost invisible. The 4 Kongtong disciples at the 5th level of the Heaven Palace realm each grabbed a ball of water and quickly refined it. A moment later, crystal essence after crystal essence appeared in their hands. Of the 4 crystal essences, 3 of them were grade 5, while the last one seemed to have a 6th core that was about to be born. Only the 2 quasi-5th level Heaven Palace stage cultivators had returned empty-handed. However, although the 2 returned empty-handed because their cultivation was lacking, it was more because they didn't dare to compete with the other 4 and occupied a good spot. However, they understood the principle of the strong preying on the weak all too well. Therefore, no one showed any complaints, but a cold light vaguely flashed in the depths of their eyes. Obviously, if their positions were reversed, these 2 quasi-5th level Heaven Palace realm disciples would definitely suppress the other 4 and end up empty-handed like them. At the same time, looking at the scene in the dark valley, how could Yen Chutian and Mai Hani not understand that these Kongtong disciples had found such a good spot? Although they didn't know where the pool at the bottom of the dark valley came from, there were obviously many strange water attribute creatures in it. And these strange creatures represented at least a crystal essence. In other words, as long as they waited at the pool, the crystal essence income of these Kongtong disciples would reach an extremely enviable level. It was indeed enviable, at least for Mai Hani. Especially when she thought of the arrogant Kongtong disciples who had been so arrogant to her, but now she had to watch them harvest a large amount of crystal essence so easily. Her emotions could no longer be described as jealousy, but anger. But even so, Mai Hani knew all too well that she couldn't make a move or even show herself. After all, the other party had too many people. Even if the 2 quasi-5th level Heaven Palace realm disciples weren't counted, the other 4 were all genuine 5th level Heaven Palace realm disciples. In addition, she could also sense that among the 4 5th-level Heaven Palace realm disciples of the Kongtong sect, the green-robed man who was in the center, his cultivation was most likely stronger than hers. Making a move or even showing herself would undoubtedly put her in an extremely dangerous situation. This also meant that they had no chance of seizing the pool. At this thought, no matter how envious Mai Hani was, she could only helplessly avert her beautiful eyes and whisper to Yen Chutian beside her, "Don't look, they have too many people. If we show ourselves with our strength, it's tantamount to courting death." However, Yen Chutian didn't nod as her words fell. Instead, his eyes shone brightly as he looked down at the dark valley and scanned its environment. After a while, he looked at Mai Hani and suddenly smiled faintly. "This is such a good place to sit and collect crystal essence. Fellow Taoist Wu, are you really going to give up so easily?" How could Mai Hani not understand that he had a plan? But she was even more in disbelief. What could Yen Chutian do in the face of such a great disparity in strength? Therefore, even though she knew that he was deliberately keeping her in suspense to tease her, she still immediately said, "Do you have a plan?" "Haha. Of course I have a plan, but it depends on whether fellow Taoist Wu is willing to take a gamble with me." Yen Chutian's words weren't deliberately mystifying to Mai Hani. In such a situation, he did have a plan in mind. It was just that he couldn't be sure how effective this plan would be. In other words, he had to take a certain risk. Therefore, he had asked Maihani this question. If she wasn't willing to take such a risk, he would have to give up no matter how good the opportunity here was. Seeing that the other party had given him the initiative, if it was in the past, Wu Han-yi would definitely not agree with such ambiguous words, and would even be dismissive of the other party. But now, perhaps because of her experience with Yan Chutian, she finally believed that he wasn't the type to exaggerate. As for the risk, even if Yan Chutian didn't say anything about taking a gamble, Maihani was well aware of it. After all, their strengths weren't on the same order of magnitude. Therefore, how could there be no risk in snatching this good place from the hands of a Kongtong disciple? After hesitating for a while, Maihani's pretty face gradually became resolute. Then, she looked at Yan Chutian beside her again, and opened her red lip. Maihani, am going all out today. If I have to take a gamble, I'll take a gamble. But you have to explain your plan clearly. If you boast, don't blame me for being merciless. Hearing this, Yan Chutian only smiled faintly. Maihani's agreement was completely within his expectations, because the more he interacted with her, the more he understood that this woman was definitely not the arrogant and prejudiced person she appeared to be. Or rather, it was just a layer of disguise for her, a disguise that could better adapt to the situation in the inner sect. Under this disguise, her true temperament was somewhat similar to his. With a faint smile, Yan Chutian didn't hesitate. As he slowly opened his mouth, he slowly explained the method he had thought of. After he finished speaking, Maihani's pretty face became hesitant again. Hearing the former's words, she didn't deny that there was a certain degree of feasibility. But feasibility was one thing, and she was already aware of the risks involved. In other words, this was a method that needed to be taken a gamble. If they succeeded, the other party's disciples would definitely be severely injured, even if they weren't eliminated. But if they failed, then the two of them would be in an extremely difficult situation. In fact, they would even have to bear the risk of being eliminated. However, Maihani didn't want to hesitate at this critical moment and be looked down upon by the other party. Therefore, she quickly gritted her teeth and said directly, "Let's go all out. Today, I will bet everything on you." Chapter 775. The dark valley was quiet. Even though there were several figures sitting cross-legged in various parts of the pool at the bottom of the valley, they did not stir up any strange sounds. The silence lasted for an unknown period of time before it was finally broken by the surging waves in the pool. As the waves surged, one could clearly see water creatures faintly appearing in the whirlpool. Such a scene also caused the 6 figures sitting cross-legged to no longer remain silent. They each displayed their own methods and seized the opportunity to capture the water creatures in the pool. From this, it could be seen that although these strange water creatures came from the crystal marrow, their intelligence was still not high. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to once again poke their heads out of the pool as if they had forgotten their previous encounter. All, in less than 10 breaths of time, the pool returned to calm once again. And this time, each of the 6 disciples of the Kongtong sect had gained something. Such a situation obviously made them very excited, and unconcealable smiles appeared on their faces. However, while they were overjoyed, they did not notice the spiritual energy threads that were surging in the dark valley, as well as the mysterious aura that was buried in the ground. At the same time, carefully sensing the movements inside the dark valley, Maihani's pretty face was tense. She did not say a word, only lowering her head and quietly following Yanchutian's orders, moving around the dark valley. However, she also knew very well that she was at most an assistant. After all, she did not understand the array Dao. She was only doing this because she was completely following Yanchutian's orders. Therefore, even though she was secretly moving, she was still very careful. This was because she did not even know how the array Dao had been set up. Looking over, she could only vaguely sense that on the other side of the dark valley, there was a figure that was also moving quietly like a shadow. At this moment, Yen Chutian's face was full of seriousness. After all, he was not being modest when he said that he would take a gamble, but was speaking the truth. Even at this moment, Maihani seemed to be sharing the pressure of setting up the array Dao for him, but in fact, it could be said that the pressure of success was still on his shoulders. As Yen Chutian slowly performed the most basic actions of the formation, his mind was already immersed in the corner of the formation left behind by the Great Spirit Human Venerate. The array formation he had set up didn't have a name. It was just an imitation of a corner of the array formation. This was because only by setting up a corner of the Great Spirit Human Sovereign's formation could he borrow the power of the natural formation of this mountain forest. As for the gamble, it was naturally to see how many formations he could set up and how much natural formation power he could mobilize. If it was large enough, it would naturally be able to suppress all the Kongtong disciples in the Dark Valley. But if it wasn't enough, or even if they couldn't mobilize much at all, one could imagine what the result would be. But the arrow was already on the bowstring, and it had to be released. Moreover, Yen Chutian also wanted to use this opportunity to force out his potential in array formations. It was just like the potential of one's cultivation. The closer one was to the brink of death, the more potential one could unearth. While arranging, Yen Chutian let out a long sigh of relief. On his forehead, there was already a thin layer of sweat. The consumption of such an arrangement couldn't be described as not small. It was huge and even terrifying. After all, when he was arranging, Yen Chutian wanted to perfect it as much as possible. Not only did it have the form, but it also had the intent and even the spirit. Perhaps it was because of Yen Chutian's attitude that he was able to faintly touch upon a wisp of spiritual intent while he was setting up the formation. When this spiritual intent appeared, it made him unable to contain his joy. He hurriedly threw his mind into it. He didn't know how much time had passed, but when his head was full of sweat, the scene in front of him suddenly changed drastically. The mountain forest and clouds disappeared, and what appeared before him was a vast expanse of flat land and thousands of miles of sky. In the next instant, spiritual energy suddenly surged in the sky. As the spiritual energy surged, it was like a huge blade that tore apart the sky. Then, from the tear in the sky, a huge arm suddenly stretched out. The arm was huge and looked ordinary. It even revealed a sickly pale feeling. However, when the huge hand came down, even the sky couldn't withstand it and started to crack. The huge hand continued to descend. There was still a distance of 10,000 feet between them. The earth also seemed to be unable to withstand the power as ferocious gullies quickly spread. This scene could be called the destruction of the heavens and the earth. Looking at this scene of destruction, Yen Chutian's heart unhesitatingly rose a sense of powerlessness and sorrow. He was shocked to find that under the hand of this destruction, not to mention defending, he didn't even have the chance to escape. Because when this huge hand descended, even the heavens and the earth would be destroyed. As such, where could he escape to? Boom! The huge hand finally descended, and an earth-shaking roar resounded through the sky. However, just as the huge hand was about to tear the sky apart and crush the earth, a golden light suddenly surged from Yen Chutian's body. The golden light surged and a faint golden rune gradually gathered above Yen Chutian's head. It seemed that because of the appearance of the golden rune, the giant pale hand was unable to descend any further and stiffly froze in midair. At the same time, it seemed that because of the appearance of the golden rune, the extreme sorrow and despair in Yen Chutian's heart was suddenly swept away. In the next moment, he hurriedly raised his head. However, as he raised his head and line of sight, there was no such thing as a giant pale hand that could destroy the heavens and the earth. He was clearly still in the forest and outside the dark valley. This caused Yen Chutian to break out in a cold sweat. Although he already knew that he had seen the scene because he was immersed in the array. However, he also felt that if he was in that scene, he would really be suppressed by the giant hand. Then, in reality, he would definitely be greatly injured. In fact, this kind of injury was even more so for his mind. As for the injuries to the mind, compared to the injuries to the body and cultivation, they were even more difficult to recover from. However, it was also because of this that Yen Chutian was looking forward to the might of the formation he had set up. Even the formation intent had appeared, so it was no longer just a shape. In this way, when the formation was truly activated, it would definitely be able to mobilize the power of this natural formation. When Yen Chutian was ready, Maihani had already rushed over. However, when she first arrived, she did not ask about the formation. Instead, she scanned Yen Chutian from head to toe before asking in a low voice, "What happened just now?" Hearing this, it was not difficult for Yen Chutian to guess that she must have seen the scene of him sinking into the formation. However, this kind of thing was not easy to explain, so he did not explain and directly said, "Nothing, but this formation is finally ready." "It's all ready?" As Maihani said, her beautiful eyes were already looking around. However, it was a pity that she, who did not know about formations, could only sense some faint traces around her. Seeing this, Yen Chutian smiled faintly and continued, "Fellow Wu, follow the plan. You only need to believe that this formation will not disappoint you." Maihani also heard the sudden confidence in Yen Chutian's words. Therefore, she could not help but exclaim in surprise. Then, she secretly hid and slowly said, "I will take a gamble with you. I hope that this formation will really not disappoint me as you said." Hearing this, Yen Chutian did not say much. With a faint smile, he released his spiritual energy and directly rushed into the dark valley. With such a posture, Yen Chutian directly rushed into the dark valley. It was obvious that the 6 people sitting cross-legged on the dark valley's pool were the first to notice. Immediately after, Yen Chutian seemed to have suddenly caught sight of the scene in the dark valley. Then, without any explanation, he used his spiritual energy to escape from the outside world. "Take him down!" Seeing this, the green-robed man in the middle immediately shouted. This place was discovered by a disciple of the Cloud Sky lineage, so how could he just watch him leave? Under the green-robed man's shout, one of the quasi-5th level Heaven Palace stage disciples immediately burst out. After all, he also knew that the real runners here were the 2 quasi-5th level Heaven Palace stage disciples. Chapter 776. 2 figures, one in front and one behind, shot out from the dark valley. The one who fled first was naturally Yen Chutian. The quasi-5th level Heaven Palace stage disciple chased after him. Although he was dissatisfied with his identity as an errand boy, he didn't want the news of the Dark Valley to spread. Otherwise, whether it was the disciples of the Kongtong or the Cloud Sky sect, he wouldn't have the opportunity to wait like before. After all, his cultivation was only at the quasi-5th level of the Heaven Palace stage. While chasing, the Kongtong disciple naturally wouldn't just watch as the other party fled. Balls of spiritual energy were constantly gathering on his palms. Soon after, they turned into pillars of light wrapped in terrifying fluctuations and shot out. Boom! Loud explosions rang out continuously. However, every time the explosion fell, the Kongtong disciple discovered that the other party was like a slippery loach, always able to skillfully dodge his attacks. As a result, every time he attacked, he could only bombard the mountain rock. However, he wasn't anxious about this. After all, the distance between the 2 of them was constantly shrinking. In this way, no matter how slippery the other party was, when he really got close, he could directly capture him. Thinking of this, the Kongtong disciple couldn't help but think that the other party might have some crystal essences hidden on him. He didn't think about the 6th or 7th grade. The 5th grade was enough. However, just as he was thinking about this, his line of sight suddenly froze. His opponent, who was originally fleeing, suddenly landed on a mountain outside the dark valley. For some reason, looking at this scene, the Kongtong disciple suddenly felt a sense of uneasiness in his heart. However, he quickly shook his head, thinking that he was being too cautious. How could a person who didn't even seem to have truly stepped into the Tianfuging fourth floor be a threat? Moreover, the other party was probably only a bronze plate disciple of the Cloud Sky sect. It was because he had just entered the inner area that he would recklessly charge into the dark valley. Haha! Why, not running anymore? With that thought in mind, the disciple of the Kongtong sect coldly smiled. He looked at Yan Chutian with a mocking expression. However, when his line of sight gradually came into contact with a beautiful figure that was slowly appearing from the other side of the mountain, the originally mocking expression on his face instantly became extremely stiff. This was because he could clearly sense that along with the appearance of this beautiful figure, an enormous pressure also rapidly spread out. This pressure was comparable to the fifth level of the Heaven Palace stage. In an instant, he suddenly understood that the so-called hothead was only a facade, and the objective was to intentionally draw out people like him. Damn it! Cursing inwardly, the Kongtong disciple did not hesitate and quickly fled into the dark valley. The other party was at the fifth level of the Heaven Palace realm, and he didn't have the confidence to fight against him. However, the purpose of luring people out was to reduce the other party's combat strength. Even if the person who was lured out was not one of the 4 true 5th-level Heaven Palace stage cultivators, no matter how small a mosquito's leg was, it was still meat. How could he let him escape? Almost in an instant, my Hani's jade-like hand shot out a spirit art that had long been ready. It was clearly visible that a giant sword of spirit energy cut through space, transforming into countless sword chi that soared into the sky. It slashed towards the disciple of the Kongtong sect, as if it wanted to split the heavens and earth. Even if the disciple of the Kongtong sect reacted, he hurriedly condensed a defense while escaping. However, his cultivation strength was not comparable to my Hani's, and he hurriedly condensed a defense while escaping. One could imagine that the power that seemed to split the heavens and earth slashed down. Naturally, he could not resist for more than a few breaths before his defense was broken. Pooh! With his defense broken, the remaining power continued to bombard him, causing the disciple of the Kongtong sect to immediately raise his head and spit out a mouthful of blood. Immediately after, his body fell straight to the ground like a bird with broken wings. After he slammed heavily on the ground, there was a big commotion. The nameplate on his body shattered and turned into a spatial force that broke through space and teleported him away. Looking at this scene, Yan Chutian and my Hani were not happy. Because although they eliminated one of the opponents, this person was just a small shrimp. It was a pity that he was not one of the 4 big fish. Next, they would have to face the 4 big fish directly. Even though they were prepared, the pressure could be imagined. Just as Yan Chutian and my Hani thought, the commotion here immediately attracted the attention of the other disciples of the Kongtong sect in the dark valley. Then, from the dark valley, the sound of wind breaking rang out one after another. In just a few breaths of time, the 4 big fish and the remaining small shrimp appeared in front of their eyes. But very quickly, among the several disciples of the Kongtong sect, the cyan-robed man in the middle let out a cold snort and said directly, "Heh. The disciples of the Cloud Sky faction are really bold. There are only 2 of them, and they dare to trick my Kongtong sect disciples here." Hearing this, Yan Chutian smiled inadvertently and said indifferently, "How do you know that there are only 2 of us?" If the other party had spoken like this before, the green-robed man would definitely have thought that the other party was pretending to be mysterious. However, after this sneak attack, even if he still felt that the other party was not trustworthy, he did not dare to make a conclusion so easily. Seeing the other party's reaction, Yan Chutian's face immediately revealed a mocking smile. Then, she swaggered and turned around to leave. Seeing this, my Hani followed closely behind. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. This guy beside her was really good at grasping people's hearts. If such a situation were to appear in front of her, she wouldn't dare to make a decision so easily. The more it was like this, the easier it was to make a mistake. At the same time, he looked at Yen Chutian and Maihani, as if they were about to swagger away. The cyan-robed man in the middle still didn't speak, but the red-eyed youth beside him clearly couldn't take it anymore and immediately spoke up. Jiang Yang, what are you afraid of? If they really have the advantage in numbers, then just attack. Why do you have to pretend to be mysterious? Moreover, we're all here, so what's there to be afraid of? Perhaps he was moved by the red-eyed youth, or perhaps the cyan-robed man also thought that the other party was just pretending to be mysterious. In the next moment, he finally took a step forward. The spiritual energy around him swept out as he shot forward at an extremely fast speed. As soon as he made his move, the others around him naturally followed suit. Each of them unleashed their pressure, covering the sky and earth as it enveloped the world in front of them. They wanted to see if there was anyone hiding in the dark when the other party said such pretentious words. At the same time, they felt the riot of spiritual energy behind them, as well as the spiritual energy pressure that was secretly spreading over. There was a faint smile on Yenchutian's face. His move was to invite them into the trap. Now that they had entered the trap, then the trap should appear in the world. As he thought of this, a mysterious light seal appeared in his palm. He slammed his palm down and the light seal immediately rushed into the ground below and merged with it. After the light seal silently merged with the earth, the originally calm surrounding space suddenly resounded with a series of loud rumbles that shook the heavens and the earth. This scene naturally made the several disciples of the Kongtong lineage stop abruptly. They no longer dared to act rashly. Instead, they hurriedly scanned the surrounding world. As they scanned their surroundings, they were surprised to see many light pillars rising into the sky from the ground around them. Shortly after, an indescribable mysterious aura climbed up and intertwined continuously between the light pillars. In just a few breaths, a huge array as large as a palace appeared between the heavens and earth. How could the disciples of the Kongtong lineage not understand that the other party's hidden trump card was actually a formation? However, just as their faces turned ugly and they were all prepared to withstand the storm of attacks from the formation, they didn't expect that the attack they imagined would not come. Under their perception, although the range of this formation was wide, it didn't brew any shocking fluctuations. Even the aura of the attack didn't reveal much. The only thing that was present was the pressure that came from the enormity of the spirit formation itself. This made the disciples of the Kongtong lineage confused, but soon after, some of them laughed coldly. This was because if it was just the power of this formation, it wouldn't be able to do anything to them. Chapter 777. The great formation that had suddenly appeared around them caused the hearts of the several Kongtong disciples to tighten. They thought that they had been ambushed. However, when they sensed that this great formation did not seem to have much offensive power at all, bewilderment could not help but appear on their faces. Following that, there was even a cold smile on their faces. Now that they thought about it, there were no outsiders here, only the two disciples of the Cloud Sky faction in front of them. Although they did not know why the other party did not join the Heavenly Array faction but joined the Cloud Sky faction since they were proficient in the Array Dao, it could be assumed that their so-called Array Dao attainments were only at a half-baked level. As for his half-baked attainments in the Array Dao, one could imagine that the Array Dao that he could set up would only be a weak and empty shell like the one before him. Haha, looks like this is your last resort. Among the several disciples of the Kongtong faction, the red-eyed youth laughed coldly. His gaze swept over, and his eyes were filled with disdain. Indeed, such a formation was nothing more than a shell in his eyes. To think that he had actually panicked for a moment just now. Now that he thought about it, he was truly humiliated. Following the red-eyed youth, other than the green-robed man, the others also revealed looks of disdain. Their thoughts were the same as the former. In their eyes, the scale of this formation was indeed not small. However, no matter how large it was, if it could not hurt them, what threat was there to speak of? Moreover, such a formation, they could probably poke a hole in it with just a stretch of their hand. At this moment, not to mention them, even my Hani, although her pretty face was firm, she was actually very uncertain in the depths of her heart. After all, she was not proficient in the array Dao, so she naturally did not know how powerful the formation set up by the other party was. Only Yan Chutian, facing the contempt of the disciples of the Kongtong faction, suddenly smiled strangely and slowly said, "Then, let the geniuses of the Kongtong faction enjoy this feast of formations." As his voice faded, his body had already disappeared from the spot. At the same time, my Hani also disappeared. Following the sudden disappearance of the two, the enormous formation that had appeared not long ago slowly began to operate as if it had been injected with energy. As the grand formation operated, an indescribably profound aura quietly appeared in every corner of the formation. However, the people from the Kongtong bloodline still looked down on them when they saw this. The red-eyed young man was the first to take a step forward, heading in the direction of Yan Chutian, and sneered without any scruples, "What array formation feast, it's just a layer of window paper. That's fine. Today, I'll pierce through this broken formation of yours." As his mocking laughter rang out, spiritual energy surged out from his palm. A dazzling light bloomed as if it was going to illuminate the entire world. At this moment, the pressure that spread out from his body was also enormous, because his cultivation was not inferior to my Hani at all. When the spiritual chi in his palm and around him gathered to a certain degree, the red-eyed young man immediately let out a low roar. Following the roar, a giant golden lion rushed out from the spiritual chi. Golden Spear Iron Lion. The golden lion's stomp shook the heavens and earth. The shockwaves that swept out caused even space to shatter like glass. One could imagine just how powerful this spirit art was. As the golden lion rushed out, the red-eyed young man grinned evilly. Although my Hani was on Yan Chutian's side, her heart and jade-like hands were already tightly clenched together. Because from this attack, she could roughly see whether the power of Yan Chutian's formation was as strong as it was said to be. If they couldn't even deal with such an attack, then not to mention driving away the disciples of the Kongtong bloodline, it would be a problem for the two of them to leave safely today. Therefore, my Hani's beautiful eyes stared at the golden lion without blinking. Faintly sensing the tense emotions of the beauty beside him, Yan Chutian's own emotions were very calm in comparison. He also knew that this matter could not be explained with word. Then, he would use facts to prove it. With this thought, the formation slowly rotated. Suddenly, there were strands of indescribable halos of various colors that continuously gathered and merged into the formation. However, this was the scene outside the formation. Moreover, the disciples of the Kongtong bloodline inside the formation were all staring at the golden lion, so they did not notice this. At the same time, the golden lion that shook the heavens and earth did not delay at all. Under the control of the red-eyed young man, it was like a fearless death warrior that charged straight towards the formation's walls. Boom! In an instant, a deafening roar resounded. As the thunderous rumbles resounded, the expressions of the disciples of the Kongtong faction turned from disdain to stiffness and even unsightly. This was because they could clearly sense that the formation was not shaken at all along with the red-eyed young man's spiritual art attack. But how was this possible? This formation clearly felt that it was just a shell. How could it block the spiritual art of the red-eyed young man, whose strength was almost below Jiang Yang's? However, no matter how shocked they were, what happened in front of them was true, and they could not refute it. As for Jiang Yang, he seemed to have seen something, but he did not speak directly. Instead, he also gathered his spiritual art. In a moment, a handprint that seemed to be able to shatter the sky slowly rose from his palm. As the handprint trembled slightly, the heavens and earth also trembled slightly. It seemed that as long as the handprint trembled a little more, the heavens and earth would also collapse. Such power could only be described as terrifying. However, even so, when the handprint pressed down, after a roar, it did not shake the formation much. This scene immediately caused the expressions of all the disciples of the Kongtong bloodline in the formation to change drastically. That was because Jiang Yang was the strongest among them. Thus, if he couldn't break the formation, how could they possibly do it? But how was this possible? The conversation just now had already let them know that the master of the formation was the guy who had not even stepped into the Tianfuging fourth floor. But how could his attainments in the array Dao be so strong? Moreover, this formation clearly didn't have any power at the start, so how could it suddenly erupt with such shocking defensive power? As their faces turned pale, they also thought about how powerful the formation would be if the other party took the initiative to attack. At that time, even if they worked together, it would be unknown if they could block it. Thinking about this, their faces became even paler. Could it be that they were going to be humiliated and defeated by two disciples of the Cloud Sky bloodline? At this moment, only the green-robed man, Jiang Yang, had a calm expression as he quickly spoke. This formation can communicate with the forest and use the power contained in the forest. In other words, as long as we are inside the formation, we will have to fight against the power of the entire mysterious forest. Hearing this, the red-eyed young man's face turned pale as he gritted his teeth and said, "This damned ant from the Cloud Sky bloodline is actually so despicable." Hearing this, Jiang Yang looked coldly at the red-eyed young man. Earlier, he had keenly felt that something was wrong. If it wasn't for the other party's instigation, they wouldn't have entered the formation. However, he also knew that now wasn't the time to pursue the matter, so he only continued, "This formation has the power of the forest as its foundation, so it's impossible to directly break through. However, there must be a limit to how much power this formation can use from the forest. So what we need to do is to test its limit. As long as we surpass its limits, then this formation will collapse on its own." Jiang Yang's words instantly caused the expressions of the disciples of the Kongtong sect to calm down. At the same time, they sighed inwardly. Jiang Yang was indeed Jiang Yang. Not only was it his strength, but it was also his calm temperament that made them unconsciously cluster around him. At the same time, sensing the scenes within the formation, Maihani couldn't help but open her red lips slightly, and shock was written all over her face. Until now, she still couldn't believe that the formation set up by Yan Chutian was actually so powerful. For a moment, even she herself didn't notice that her eyes revealed a wisp of reverence when she looked at Yan Chutian. But at this moment, Yan Chutian didn't have the time to observe her expression, because with his sharp senses, he had already noticed that the disciples of the Kongtong sect had faintly formed a formation under the green-robed man's words. Chapter 778. Although Yan Chutian couldn't hear the mutterings of the few Kongtong disciples within the formation, it didn't stop him from seeing that the Kongtong disciples were surrounding the green-robed male. Shortly after, the formation that was slowly spread out seemed to have sensed some clues about the formation. They wanted to see who was better in terms of the formation's ability to move the power of the natural formation around the forest. If it was at the start, this was indeed the situation that Yan Chutian didn't want to see the most. That was because even if one was lucky enough to set up the formation, it would be limited. The power that could be used to resonate with the formation might be able to suppress the Kongtong disciples in front of him, but it might not be able to withstand the consumption of the other party. But now, since the formation intent appeared, Yan Chutian wasn't worried about this anymore. In other words, maybe he had underestimated the formation that the great spirit human sovereign left behind. Even if the current him had only laid out a corner of the formation and barely had the intent. However, just this corner of the array intent could increase the power of the array formation by far too much. So, if the other party wanted to use this point to exhaust the formation, or to put it in terms of their own limit, in that case, he could only apologize that he had miscalculated. Returning to the main topic, just as Yen Chutian was thinking about it, within the formation, with Jiang Yang as the center, the several people had already formed up. This time they didn't attack. Instead, under Jiang Yang's command, they gathered spiritual energy and slowly pressed towards various parts of the formation. They were clear that although this wouldn't have any effect at the start, as they continued to increase the pressure, the formation would need to move power from various parts of the forest. As long as they could reach the limit of the formation's power, the formation would break by itself. However, even if they were clear about this, when they thought about how to deal with a cloud sky disciple who hadn't even stepped into the time-fuging fourth floor, it was actually so troublesome. Apart from Jiang Yang, the expressions of the others were really ugly. Originally, in their eyes, an ant like the other party shouldn't even dare to breathe in front of them, and they could crush him to death with a raise of their hands. How did it end up like this? However, it didn't matter. As long as the formation broke, then the cloud sky disciple wouldn't be able to escape from their palms. The pressure slowly spread out. Wherever the pressure went, the formation would correspondingly resist, using the power of the natural formation in the forest to push back the pressure bit by bit. Hence, when the few Kongtong disciples surged out spiritual energy to increase the pressure, the formation would use more of the natural formation's power to continue to suppress them. All of a sudden, a balance formed between the two sides. Only when one side could no longer maintain such a balance would the result be revealed. Although Jiang Yang was not completely confident in this, in his opinion, the fact that the other party was able to set up such a great formation meant that there was a certain amount of luck involved. Therefore, under this luck, if they were to compete in terms of foundation, the other party would definitely show that they were lacking. After all, no matter how one looked at it, the young man who set up the formation hadn't even stepped into the fourth level of the Heaven Palace realm. Although one's cultivation level was not directly related to one's attainments in the Array Tao, there was indeed a connection between the two. In the end, spiritual energy cultivation was the foundation of everything. It was the spiritual energy condensed from spiritual energy that allowed humans to transcend the ordinary and rise in the world. To be more precise, spiritual energy was the source of power in the world. On the short mountain, Maihani tightly pursed her lips as she looked at the movement in the formation. She didn't dare to disturb Yen Chutian in the slightest. She could see that the Kongtong disciples weren't fools. Instead, they had found a way to deal with it in such a short time. In other words, even if Yen Chutian's formation was shockingly powerful, it was still possible for it to be broken. If it was really broken, the result could be imagined. They would still be in a sorry state today. However, there was nothing Wu Hani could do to help, so she could only wear a nervous expression as she prayed in her heart. He could only hope that this formation would be worthy of his reckless gamble. Sensing the nervous and cautious state of mind of the beauty beside him, Yen Chutian still didn't say anything. He only looked at the several people in the great array as the corners of his mouth slowly curled into an arc. Since the other party was resisting with all their strength, he shouldn't hold back anymore. It was also time to let them know that his formation was not as simple as they thought it was. This formation was not only able to borrow the power of the natural formation, but it was also able to draw in the power of the formation that could bewitch one's mind. With that thought, Yen Chutian's hand seals formed again. In a short few breaths, continuous hand seals were continuously sent into the formation. Along with the integration of these hand seals, it was clear that there was an indescribable meaning in the various powers that were drawn in from the outside world. This meaning was difficult to grasp and could only be understood by personally experiencing it. Right now, there were a few people who were about to come into contact with it. Along with the continuous integration of the mysterious aura, the formation was also shrouded in fog, making it difficult to see clearly. The Kongtong disciples did not care about this because they had seen too many fog-shrouded scenes in this forest. Since they had seen so much, why would they care? However, under their neglect, some of their originally calm gazes suddenly began to tremble intensely at a certain moment. That was because where they looked, a giant hand that seemed like it could hold up the heavens suddenly slapped down from the sky. The giant hand slapped down, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to crack. Facing such an attack, he couldn't summon up any intent to block. He could only tremble with his gaze and even his body as the giant hand slapped down. However, just as he felt like he was about to be destroyed by this world-destroying hand, he suddenly felt as if someone beside him was calling out to him. He turned his head and saw a face looking at him in confusion. Only then did he realize something. Then, he turned his head again. Indeed, there was no world-destroying hand slapping down in front of him. He was clearly still within the formation of the cloud sky disciples. What happened to you? Why did you scatter your spiritual energy? Only when confused questions rang in his ears did he come back to his senses. However, even if he did, cold sweat still appeared on his back from fright. There was no other reason but because the scene of the world-destroying hand descending was simply too realistic. After coming back to his senses, he hurriedly spoke of what he had encountered. Hearing what he had encountered, the expressions of several people, including Jiang Yang, changed. It was because this situation was simply too similar to the illusions in the forest that they could encounter at any time. However, how was that possible? Could it be that this formation could not only borrow the power of the forest, but it could also move the illusions that bewildered one's mind over? As their minds were unsettled, Jiang Yang spoke first and calmed everyone's hearts. Continue to suppress them with spiritual energy. As for the illusions, they will remain illusions. Everyone will use their spiritual energy to guide each other. Once you notice that someone is absent-minded, immediately wake them up. In just a few words, he spoke of the most effective way to deal with it. One had to admit that Jiang Yang was truly a person with a calm mind. Because of this, looking at the green-robed man who had stabilized the situation outside the formation, even Yan Chutian couldn't help but think highly of the green-robed man. However, it was also because of those words. If he felt that this was his limit, then he was simply not placing him, Yan Chutian, in his eyes. Since it could bewilder one's mind, how could it be bewildered if it couldn't pass off as genuine? The bewildering power of this natural formation was extremely strong. It was just that no one could control it. Since he had managed to guide some of it over with great difficulty, he naturally had to display its characteristics to the extreme. A gale blew over. In the next instant, not to mention the quasi-fifth-level Heaven Palace disciple, even Jiang Yang's expression changed. As the gale blew over, the surrounding scenery collapsed. Where was the forest and formation? There was only the scene of a scorched earth and dawn. Then, from the end of the earth, a blood moon slowly rose. Above the blood moon, there seemed to be endless blood aura surging. Then, it slowly condensed into a huge eye. Chapter 779. Even though it did not blink, one could imagine just how great the aura it brought was as the huge blood fiend eye appeared on the blood moon in the sky. However, with Jiang Yang's warning, the disciples of the Kongtong lineage were extremely calm. Because in their opinion, it was just an illusion. No matter how realistic it was still an illusion. As long as one's will was strong enough, no matter how the illusion attacked, it would not be able to hurt them in the slightest. Thinking like this, the few of them were even more fearless. They allowed the blood eye to move, and gradually, a blood-colored cyclone gathered in the center of the eye. When the blood-colored cyclone gathered to a certain extent, the blood eye finally blinked. Along with this blink, a blood-colored pillar of light shot out from the blood-colored cyclone, piercing through space and shooting straight towards the disciples of the Kongtong lineage. This scene was too realistic, but these disciples of the Kongtong lineage were certain that it was just an illusion. Thus, even if their hearts were slightly moved, their expressions were still firm. They only cared about releasing their own spirit energy to suppress the surrounding array. Whoosh! The whistling sound was fleeting as the blood-colored pillar of light swept across the ground, sweeping straight towards the crowd. When the blood-colored pillar of light swept past, Jiang Yang couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, because the situation was as he had expected. Although the blood eye and the attack were realistic, it was really just an illusion. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be so safe and sound. However, as he was thinking about this, he looked around and realized that the people around him had already disappeared without a trace. This gave him a very bad premonition in his heart, and he subconsciously looked behind him. This look immediately caused his heart to tremble. The reason for that was because one could see that the ground was filled with dripping bright red blood. In the center of the sea of blood, a large pile of messy human remains were randomly placed. A thick pungent smell of blood filled the entire world, which was also his entire head. How is this possible? Jiang Yang's body and mind trembled. How could he have thought that under the attack of the illusion, his companions would die tragically? If that attack was real, then how could he be safe and sound, and not even be attacked at all? When he thought up to here, he swiftly inhaled and exhaled and forcefully calmed himself down, because he was very clearly aware that if he were to panic or even lose his reason, then it would be exactly what she wanted. Moreover, even if all of this was true, then no matter how flustered he was, it would be of no use. Jiang Yang inhaled and exhaled deeply. He even closed and opened his eyes slightly before he finally calmed down the emotions in his heart. Soon after, he looked away. He could still see the glaring blood and broken limbs. However, when he looked around in a calm state, he no longer panicked. Instead, his eyes brightened. He already knew that the disciples of the various factions in this heaven desert would definitely not die. At most, they would only be eliminated. That was because every disciple had a nameplate. As long as the nameplate left the owner's body, or if the owner of the nameplate suffered a fatal attack, the nameplate would shatter, protecting the owner and teleporting them out. In other words, the scene of blood and severed limbs all over the ground was absolutely impossible. After understanding all of this, Jiang Yang suddenly felt that the scene in front of him was becoming clearer. In a few breaths of time, the scene in front of him had returned to how it was when he was in the formation outside the dark valley. However, even though he had seen through Chen-Shi's illusion, he could not feel happy at all, because he had already seen that apart from him, everyone else was already unconscious. He knew very well what was going on. After all, he had just broken free from the illusion. However, just because he could break free, it did not mean that everyone else could do the same. It could even be said that he was the only one who could safely break free from the illusion. Jiang Yang did not dare to casually wake the others up. After all, they were all in an extremely realistic illusion. Because of this, even he didn't dare to be certain that if he directly woke them up, there wouldn't be unpredictable consequences. It was also at this moment that a figure nimbly appeared from a certain place in the formation. As for this figure, apart from the formation's owner, Yan Chutian, who else could it be? Looking at the figure that suddenly appeared, Jiang Yang's expression became serious. After this formation, how could he dare to underestimate the other party in the slightest? With such a powerful formation, it was difficult for him to imagine what level the other party's attainments in the Tao of formations had reached. At the very least, in his opinion, such attainments in formations were enough to make him famous among the new silver disciples of the heavenly array lineage. Yan Chutian stood in the air. There was no spiritual energy surging around him, not even a trace of spiritual energy. What was there was only the power of array Tao that surged with his actions, or rather, his thoughts. At this moment, his appearance was naturally not to show off his strength, but to truly expel these disciples of the Kongtong faction. Geniuses of the Kongtong faction, we originally had no enmity with each other, but today, we are in the midst of a fight for opportunities, so we have to apologize. As his voice fell, Yen Chutian formed a seal with his palms, which quickly merged with the surrounding heaven and earth. Immediately after, he once again mobilized the surrounding natural formation power and gathered it into this formation. In just a few breaths, an incomparably powerful aura had already gathered. Looking at this scene, Jiang Yang's expression was incomparably ugly. This was because he knew that even if he still had the power to resist, even if he resisted, he would only be able to hold on for a short while. In other words, in this battle, from the moment they underestimated the other party, they were already destined to lose. This was because the other party was well prepared, and it could be said that they had already set up an inescapable net. As for them, they did not even know when they had stepped into the trap, and they even had contempt and ridicule. He understood this point and did not want to be humiliated. When the spiritual energy came pressing down on him, he looked deeply into Yen Chu's eyes. Shortly after, the spiritual energy around him exploded, shattering the nameplates of the people who had fainted. He also unwillingly crushed his own nameplate in his hand. As the nameplate was crushed, the power of space immediately enveloped them. Even if they were still trapped in the formation a moment ago, they had suddenly disappeared from the world in the next moment. Looking at the few people being teleported by the power of space, Yen Chutian also stopped the formation, and then the entire formation collapsed. Immediately after, Yen Chutian gasped for breath, and his forehead was already covered in sweat. Even his face revealed a trace of paleness. This formation was indeed astonishing, but the consumption of energy to activate it could be imagined. It was extremely huge. Fortunately, Yen Chutian had already instructed Maihani to secretly release spiritual energy. Otherwise, if he was alone, even if he set up this formation, he would not be able to activate it. If he could not control the formation, then no matter how extraordinary this formation was, its power would be greatly reduced. If the other party saw through this point, they could even find a way to break the formation. Fortunately, the final result was satisfactory. After barely activating the formation, they finally forced the disciples of the Kongtong faction out of the Sky Desert. Yen Chutian gasped for breath as he secretly circulated the mysterious Sun Qi to recover. At the same time, a beautiful figure flew over and landed beside him. This beautiful figure was naturally Maihani. At this moment, Maihani looked at Yen Chutian with a complicated expression. This was because she never imagined that he would actually turn his words into reality. Although it was indeed a gamble, the final result was the right one. The few Kongtong disciples were forced to leave and be eliminated under the pressure of the Kongtong faction. If someone had told her before that a guy at the 3rd level of the Sky Palace stage could force several disciples at the 5th level of the Sky Palace stage to leave the Sky Desert, she would have laughed. Maihani would have snorted disdainfully and would not have believed it. This was because she herself was at the 5th level of the Sky Palace stage, and she knew the strength that could be grasped at this level. The 3rd level of the Sky Palace stage was no different from an ant in her eyes. But now, she would no longer snort disdainfully. This was because she had indeed witnessed such a scene with her own eyes. Although he relied on the formation, it was true that he was only at the 3rd level of the Sky Palace stage. He was able to force 4 disciples at the 5th level of the Sky Palace stage and a disciple at the 5th level of the Sky Palace stage to crush their nameplates to be eliminated. Bookmark for easy reading. Chapter 780. After a period of turbulence, the atmosphere around the dark valley gradually calmed down. At the same time, only 2 of the original 6 figures were sitting cross-legged in the dark valley, quietly waiting for time to pass like stone sculptures. These 2 people were naturally Yen Chutian and Maihani. The 2 of them had risked everything for the sake of this place where they could collect crystal essences. Since they had succeeded, how could they forget about this place? It seemed to be a reward for their hard work. After sitting cross-legged for a while, the originally calm pool was once again surging with waves. How could Yen Chutian and Maihani, who had been watching outside the dark valley, not understand that the wave creatures were about to emerge from the pool again? The result was just as expected. In less than 10 breaths of time, strange water creatures poked their heads out from the surface of the pool. Yen Chutian and Maihani, who had expected this, immediately activated the spiritual energy in their hands. A suction force emerged rapidly, seizing the opportunity to absorb the heads that poked out of the water. During this time, Maihani deliberately avoided Yen Chutian. Obviously, she felt that she had not put in much effort before, so she deliberately avoided him now. However, Yen Chutian did not notice this. After all, at this time, he was closely scanning the pool, hoping to sense even a strange creature that contained 6th-grade crystal essences. Unfortunately, after scanning, he did not sense the aura that he expected. However, he was not an indecisive person. Even if there was no 6th-grade crystal essence, he would not miss the crystal essences in front of him. In the end, Yen Chutian and Maihani both gained something. In each of their hands there were 2 5th-grade crystal essences. It was not that such a harvest could not be obtained in the mountain forest, but it was definitely not as easy as in the dark valley. Moreover, in the dark valley, as long as the 2 of them calmly guarded the pool, they could harvest crystal essences every once in a while. This was even more incomparable in the mountain forest. Therefore, the 2 of them began to wait above the pool for a long time. Within 2 days, the 2 of them had harvested a total of 6 times. This was something that couldn't be compared to in the outside world. However, what disappointed Yen Chutian was that he did not sense the aura of a grade 6 crystal marrow throughout the 2 days. He couldn't help but wonder if the crystal marrow contained in the strange creature that appeared in the pool was only of the 5th grade at most. At this point, Yen Chutian was obviously dispirited, and had no intention of continuing to wait. After all, he already had a lot of grade 5 crystal essences. If he really couldn't do it, he could only try to break through with grade 5 crystal essences. Just as he was thinking of this, waves suddenly began to surge in the calm pool. Soon after, a few breaths later, strange creatures popped their heads out from the rising and falling of the waves one after another. However, Yen Chutian didn't have any thoughts about it. He just took a quick glance. However, it was this hurried glance that made him suddenly realize something. After taking a closer look, he realized that among the dozen or so auras popping their heads out, there was one that was extremely powerful. At the very least, it was so powerful that it stood out among the dozen or so auras. This made Yen Chutian anticipate something. Perhaps this was his opportunity. It had finally come. At the same time, Maihani couldn't help but tease, "If you don't make a move, I will. After you succeed, don't even think about asking for it from me." Yen Chutian naturally heard the teasing in Maihani's words. Therefore, he didn't care and just smiled faintly. Immediately after, when he looked at the pool again, the spiritual energy in his palm surged wildly. The surging spiritual energy was like a swimming dragon opening its mouth, erupting with an unprecedented and astonishing suction force. Such a commotion caused the surface of the pool to become chaotic, and the result was naturally that the strange creature was violently sucked into his bag. When he really caught the strange creature in his hand, even if he hadn't refined it, Yen Chutian was certain. The crystal marrow in his hand must have reached the 6th grade. Yellow Heaven didn't let down those who worked hard. However, while he was overjoyed, Maihani on the other side couldn't help but clench her teeth and roll her eyes at him. If she hadn't reacted quickly just now, and if Yen Chutian hadn't immediately acted, she would have ended up empty-handed. Only the heavens knew that the other party was so excited. Wouldn't it be fine to just capture it like before? He actually caused such a big commotion. However, Yen Chutian obviously ignored Maihani's roll of eyes. After holding the strange creature in his hand and quickly refining it, a crystal marrow with 6 flashing red essences appeared in his palm. Looking at the crystal marrow, Yen Chutian didn't say anything and directly rushed into the hidden area of the dark valley, only saying a few words. "Senior Sister Wu, I'm going into seclusion immediately. I'll have to trouble you." Hearing this, my Hani couldn't help but roll her eyes at Yan Chutian again. However, looking at the former's back that had already rushed into the hidden area, she didn't say anything in the end and only muttered in a low voice. "Humph, so sweet when asking for help. Calling me Senior Sister Wu so actively. Where did your usual self go?" My Hani muttered to herself, completely forgetting who it was that had said that calling her Senior Sister Wu would give him goosebumps. At the same time, Yan Chutian quickly sat down cross-legged in the hidden area and hurriedly stabilized his mind and adjusted his condition. After a quarter of an hour, when he thought that he had completely adjusted his condition, he slowly took out the 6th grade crystal marrow and the many other 5th grade crystal marrows. This time, the 6th grade crystal marrow was the main breakthrough, while the other 5th grade crystal marrows were auxiliary. Only in this way could he develop the foundation of his heavenly palace to its fullest extent. Since he had made all the necessary preparations, Yan Chutian naturally wouldn't delay. He immediately started to refine and absorb the 5th grade crystal marrow step by step. As the 5th grade crystal marrow melted, wisps of crystal marrow aura gathered in his body and fused into the depths of his heavenly palace, nourishing the yuanying little person as it searched for a breakthrough. However, this process was destined to be extremely long. At the very least, there wouldn't be any results in a short period of time. Under such circumstances, 2 days quietly passed. During these 2 days, my Hani had been waiting quietly. The longer she waited, the more she gradually neglected the crystal marrow harvesting from the pool. This was because, according to her estimation, if the other party could really make a breakthrough, it should be at this time. As if to confirm my Hani's conjecture, when this thought appeared in her mind, a huge spiritual pressure spread out from the hidden area of the dark valley. When this pressure emerged, my Hani's delicate body tensed up. She only thought that another strong enemy from the Kongtong clan had come to attack. Soon after, she realized that the source of this pressure was clearly the guy who had been silent for 2 days. But how was this possible? Even if the other party had broken into the Tianfuging 4th floor, how could he give her, who was already one of the best at the 5th level of the Heavenly Palace stage, any pressure? But even if my Hani found it hard to believe, the truth was the truth. The pressure couldn't be faked. In less than 10 breaths, a figure burst out from the hidden area of the dark valley and completely appeared between heaven and earth. As for this figure, who else could it be other than Yan Chutian? At this moment, my Hani truly felt that the source of the pressure came from Yan Chutian, who had appeared in the sky. But this was not the end. Just before she could hide the shock on her pretty face, Yan Chutian's voice, which was difficult to suppress, rang out again. "My Hani, do you dare to fight me?" Hearing this, my Hani was stunned. But with her intelligence, how could she not understand that the other party wanted to use her as a testing stone after his breakthrough? Although she was not disgusted by this, she couldn't help but chuckle and pretended to be arrogant. "You've got guts. You even dare to call this lady by her name. Well, let me teach you a good lesson so that you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth after your breakthrough." As her laughter faded, the spiritual energy around my Hani's body expanded, and a huge pressure quickly spread out. This situation was similar to the situation before when she faced the disciples of the Kongtong clan. Chapter 781. Obviously, the other party wanted to use her as a test stone. Since that was the case, my Hani would definitely not be stingy and play the role of a test stone. Of course, if the other party was no match for her, she would definitely not miss out on this opportunity to teach him a lesson. "This fellow, don't think that he can show off in front of me just because he has a little bit of strength." An enormous amount of spiritual energy pressure rapidly stacked up, and 3 heavy swords of spiritual energy slowly took shape behind my Hani. Every single heavy sword of spiritual energy did not have any fancy feeling. Instead, there was only power and sharpness that originated from the source. With these three heavy swords of spiritual energy, even someone at the fifth level of the Heaven Palace realm would definitely not be willing to face them. But right now, the three heavy swords of spiritual energy that were emitting pressure and sharpness were already aimed at Yan Chutian. Shortly after, Maihani gently pressed down with her hand and every single heavy sword emitted a brilliant light. Shortly after, they tore apart the space and shot towards the former. However, in the face of such an astonishing attack, Yan Chutian did not panic. Instead, a look of impatience appeared on his face. He was indeed impatient. Since he had finally stepped onto the time-fuging fourth floor, he could not wait to see the extent of his strength. Boom! The three heavy swords of spiritual energy tore apart the space and descended. In the next instant, an earth-shattering rumble resounded and the commotion it caused was extremely huge. Sensing this action, Maihani's expression did not change in the slightest. This attack was indeed at the fifth level of the Heaven Palace realm, but it was only the basic. But if the other party was unable to block such an attack, then she would inevitably be a little disappointed. But in the next moment, the shattered space was suddenly torn apart horizontally at the place where the rumbling came from. Immediately after, a figure with a faint smile gradually emerged from the tear. Fellow Taoist Wu, I have already stepped onto the time-fuging fourth floor. This basic strength of the fifth level of the Heaven Palace realm isn't enough. Hearing such a faint smile, Maihani coldly snorted and indifferently replied, You also know that this is the basic strength of the fifth level of the Heaven Palace realm. Then, you should be prepared to break a few bones. Before she finished speaking, Wu Hani gently formed a seal with her jade-like hands, and spiritual energy ripples continuously appeared behind her. Every time a ripple appeared, three spiritual energy heavy swords would gradually converge. In the end, the heavy swords of spiritual energy had gathered into a sword screen behind her. It was hard to imagine just how many spiritual energy heavy swords there were. Heavenly Gate. Looking at such a scene, Yan Chutian felt some pressure. However, he was no longer the same as before. After stepping into the fifth level of the Heaven Palace realm, the range of the Heaven Palace in his body had expanded to 5,200 feet. Even though the newly expanded range of the Heaven Palace had yet to be polished, the increase in his foundation meant that he no longer needed to contend or retreat when facing someone at the fifth level of the Heaven Palace realm. Back to the main topic, when the monstrous sword screen descended under Maihani's control, Yan Chutian slowly raised his arm, and a familiar energy gradually surged in his palm. This was the Five Elements Fragmentary Star Mark. Boom! A thunderous boom resounded between heaven and earth once again. But this time, Maihani could no longer maintain her previous calmness and composure. This was because she could clearly see that her sword screen was no longer able to suppress the two forces. The two forces were in a stalemate, and the situation was clearly a draw. Although a draw seemed to be equally matched, Maihani knew very well that her opponent had only just entered the time-fuging fourth floor. However, her opponent, who had just entered the time-fuging fourth floor, was already able to fight to such an extent with her, who was at the peak of the fifth level of the Heaven Palace realm. Could it be that her opponent's Heaven Palace realm had already been developed to the same extent as hers? But how was this possible? No matter how much the time-fuging fourth floor had developed, how far could the range of the Heaven Palace realm be developed? Could it reach 5,000 feet? Moreover, her opponent was already so powerful. If he polished his Heaven Palace realm, wouldn't it be difficult for anyone at the fifth level of the Heaven Palace realm to be his opponent? While Maihani's heart trembled incessantly, the two forces that were constantly colliding with each other gradually dissipated into nothingness. After all, the two of them didn't insist on a victor, so they didn't continue to inject energy into their spiritual arts. At this point, Yan Chutian no longer had the intention to continue fighting. This was because he had already roughly understood his own strength through this exchange. Due to the continuous expansion of the Heaven Palace realm's foundation, his strength was also growing stronger. If the current him completely polished his Heaven Palace realm, he might even be able to fight some of the Tian-fuging sixth-floor cultivators. After all, the range of his Heaven Palace realm had already reached 5,000 and 2,000 feet. The gap between him and the Tian-fuging sixth-floor cultivators wouldn't be too big. In addition to the enhancement of his level 4 mysterious Yang Qi, he might even be able to fight some of the Tian-fuging sixth-floor cultivators. But of course, they had never truly fought before. Therefore, even Yan Chutian himself couldn't guarantee that it would be possible. When Yan Chutian dispersed his aura, Maihani also slowly dispersed her spiritual energy. However, when she looked at Yan Chutian, she couldn't help but feel shocked and complicated. Although she knew that the other party couldn't be judged with common sense, she still didn't expect that the other party would become so strong in such a short period of time. Even she didn't have the confidence to suppress the other party in terms of cultivation strength. However, what made Maihani feel slightly fortunate was that such a person was her firmament god palace, and also a disciple of her cloud sky bloodline. Otherwise, if he belonged to another bloodline, then her cloud sky bloodline would be suppressed too miserably. It was also because of this that he might be able to make some shocking changes in the cloud sky bloodline's confrontation with the other bloodlines. However, Maihani also knew that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Moreover, the other party's current cultivation was only at the Tian-fuging 4th floor. If he had already stepped into the 5th or 6th layer of the Heaven Palace realm, perhaps he could really change the current situation of the Cloud Sky bloodline. However, there wasn't much time left. The confrontation between the various bloodlines was imminent, and the Cloud Sky bloodline was already showing signs of decline. By the time he broke through to the 5th layer of the Heaven Palace realm, the battle in the desert would have already ended. Thinking of this, Maihani gradually restrained her expression. Then, she looked at the dark valley below and asked, "Are we still going to stay here and collect crystal essences?" Hearing this, Yan Chutian nodded without hesitation. He had just broken through to the Tian-fuging 4th floor and was worried that he didn't have a large amount of crystal essences to polish his Heaven Palace. He couldn't miss such a precious place. Seeing Yan Chutian nod, Maihani descended. In the end, she, who was wearing a plain green dress, sat cross-legged on the side of the pool. Seeing this, Yan Chutian didn't hesitate either. With a tap of his foot, his figure appeared on the other side like a ghost in the blink of an eye. In a moment, the commotion that was originally stirring up a storm due to the exchange of blows had already become deathly silent. It was as if the commotion from before was just an illusion. On both sides of the pool, two figures sat cross-legged like before, waiting quietly like stone statues. Under such circumstances, another 2 days quietly passed. After these 2 days passed, Yan Chutian and Maihani both sensed that something was wrong. That was, the number of wave creatures in the pool of the dark valley was decreasing, and the interval between them was getting longer and longer. This feeling was as if the crystal essences had reached a point where they were about to be exhausted. This situation was of course not good news for Yan Chutian. After all, he had just broken through and needed a large amount of crystal essences to polish his Heaven Palace. No matter how small the mosquito leg was, it was incomparably precious to him. But now, it was obvious that even the mosquito leg was about to run out. Faintly sensing Yan Chutian's mood, Maihani's heart fluctuated slightly. However, she wasn't an indecisive person. After a moment of hesitation, she finally raised her jade-like hand, and a storage Qiankuan bag lightly smashed at the former's feet. Yan Chutian naturally didn't understand what was going on, and when she met his gaze, Maihani pretended to be impatient and said, "Consider these crystal essences as a temporary loan from this lady. I have already stepped into the peak of the 5th level of the Heaven Palace stage, so these scattered crystal essences are of no use for the time being. Hearing my Hani's pretentious words, how could Yen Chutian not understand the true meaning behind them? In his heart, other than gratitude, there was only gratitude, because this solved his urgent need. Chapter 782. After slowly refining the crystal marrow and carefully polishing his divine palace with the chi of the crystal marrow, the atmosphere in the dark valley finally returned to its previous tranquility. However, even though they had borrowed the crystal marrow from my Hani to temporarily solve their urgent needs, they still had a lot of crystal marrow left. The two of them could clearly sense that the strange creatures in the pool were still close to being completely depleted. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed again. In these 2 days, Yen Chutian had refined most of the crystal marrow he had obtained from my Hani. Even so, the 1,500 feet wide divine palace in his body was still limited in terms of polishing. However, this was also within Yen Chutian's expectations. Although polishing the divine palace was not the same as making a breakthrough, it had to be done with high-grade crystal marrow. However, as one's cultivation increased, the range of the divine palace that could be polished with low-grade crystal marrow would be much smaller than before. It was just that this change was more obvious for Yen Chutian. When he was at the 3rd level of the divine palace stage, he needed the 6th-grade crystal marrow to break through. Now that he had stepped onto the time-fuging 4th floor, even if he used the 5th-grade crystal marrow to polish his divine palace, the effect would be limited. If it had been someone else, even my Hani, the effect of the crystal marrow would not have been reduced so quickly. Under such circumstances, in addition to the crystal essence production in this dark valley, it was obvious that the crystal essence had almost dried up. Needless to say, the two of them already had the thought of leaving in their hearts. Finally, after half a day without any strange creatures poking out of the water, Yen Chutian stood up and slowly stretched as he looked at the lifeless pool below. Then, he spoke to my Hani on the other side. "Fellow cultivator Wu, the crystal marrow here is probably exhausted. It seems that our good luck has come to an end." Hearing this, my Hani also stood up slowly. Her thoughts were the same as Yen Chutian's. If there was no crystal marrow production here, it would be a waste of time to continue waiting. Rather than that, it was better to continue hunting in the forest outside the dark valley. The two of them looked at each other and understood each other's thoughts. Therefore, without any explanation, they both stepped on their spiritual power and immediately left this dark valley. Coincidentally, not long after the two of them left the dark valley, they could vaguely sense a turbulent energy ripple continuously charging out from the mountain forest shrouded in mist ahead. Judging from the commotion, it was obvious that someone was fighting. Such a scene made the two of them involuntarily think that it was likely that their Cloud Sky faction had encountered the disciples of the Kongtong faction. Thinking of this, the two of them looked at each other again, and without saying anything else, they released all of their spirit energy and quickly rushed toward the source of the energy ripples. At the same time, at the source of the energy ripples, there was a fierce battle between two parties. The situation was exactly as my Hani and Yen Chutian had thought. Their Cloud Sky faction had encountered the disciples of the Kongtong faction. Immediately after, without any words, they began an intense battle. It could be clearly seen that the number of people on both sides could be counted on two hands. Among them, the first 4 people to fight had all stepped onto the time-fuging 6th floor. However, what was disadvantageous for the Cloud Sky faction was that there were still 3 people on the time-fuging 4th floor, while the Kongtong faction were all at the 5th level of the time-fuging realm. Therefore, under the fierce battle, one could imagine the result gradually becoming obvious. If it wasn't for the fact that the top fighting strength of both sides was almost the same and both were at the time-fuging 6th floor. He was afraid that the Cloud Sky bloodline would have already been crushed into a complete mess. Haha, your Cloud Sky faction is really full of trash. No wonder you didn't change much even when you had the number 1 disciple. Right now, the life and death of your so-called pride is unknown. Right now, what confidence does your Cloud Sky faction have? Amidst the fierce battle, one of the Kongtong faction's time-fuging sixth-floor cultivators, a red-haired man wearing a wide red robe, mocked the Cloud Sky faction disciple who was fighting with him without hiding anything. Hearing his words, even though he knew that the other party was intentionally disrupting his mind, the Cloud Sky faction disciple still couldn't ignore it and coldly replied. Hua Yunxiao, even though senior brother Yan is temporarily missing, there will be a time when he returns. Our Cloud Sky faction is also waiting for senior brother Yan's return. When senior brother Yan truly returns, he will definitely take revenge on your Kongtong faction and Tianyang for the bullying these days. However, after hearing his words, Hua Yunxiao couldn't help but coldly smile. The flame-like hand seal in his hand slowly condensed as the mocking words once again landed. Lian Qiyang, today let me break your fearless fantasy. Furthermore, even if your number one disciple returns, who will be able to save you today? As his voice faded, the flames in Hua Yunxiao's hand brightened. The flaming hand seal had already spat out a giant fire dragon that directly pierced through space and descended on Lian Qiyang's head. However, just as the giant fire dragon descended, Lian Qiyang formed a seal in his hand. Similarly, dazzling rays of light shot out from the seal and gradually converged into a giant pillar. The giant pillar waved, tearing apart the sky. The giant fire dragon and the giant spiritual energy pillar fiercely collided, causing an earth-shattering explosion to resound. The resulting commotion was enough to cause a fifth-level Heavenly Palace cultivator to have no choice but to retreat. However, the result of this clash was clearly a tie between the two of them. After all, although Hua Yunxiao might have some advantages, Lian Qiyang was also a genuine time-fuging sixth-floor cultivator. If Hua Yunxiao wanted to easily obtain victory, it was no different from a fool's dream. In fact, if he wasn't careful, Lian Qiyang would be able to seize the opportunity to fiercely attack and severely injure him. However, Hua Yunxiao clearly wasn't an arrogant person and opposed this result. He seemed to have already expected it and only cared about flapping his flaming wings. Shortly after, he pointed in a certain direction and loudly mocked. Ha ha! Lian Qiyang, you might be able to stop me, but your Yuntian faction's extremely weak disciples won't be able to stop my Kongtong faction's disciples. I'd like to see how interesting your expressions will be when only you and Guoyu, the two generals without an army, are left. Hearing those words, Lian Qiyang and the other time-fuging sixth-floor cultivator, who was continuously fighting with the other Kongtong faction's time-fuging sixth-floor cultivator, were filled with rage. However, they couldn't help but admit that the overall strength of the disciples would be their breakthrough point. Even if the two of them believed that they weren't weaker than their opponents, if the remaining disciples were defeated, then in the end, it was very likely that only the two of them would be left. As if to remind them of this point, suddenly, a miserable howl resounded. The two of them looked over from the corner of their eyes and saw that one of their time-fuging fourth-floor cultivators had been heavily smashed into the ground. Above the large crater, the white-clothed youth at the fifth level of the Heaven Palace realm was not stingy with his ridicule as he loudly laughed. Truly a piece of trash. I already gave you half of my cultivation, but you still can't even withstand a single blow. Killing someone and destroying their heart. This was the best description of the white-clothed youth. If he was the loser, his current words would naturally be mocked by others. However, at this moment, he was the victor. Even though everyone knew that he was exaggerating, no one could refute him. Moreover, this wasn't the only one. Soon, another figure was miserably smashed into the ground. In the air, there was also a disciple from the Kongtong faction standing with his hands behind his back. His face was still filled with ridicule. TSK, the disciples of the Cloud Sky faction are truly trash. They all took your cultivation into consideration and intentionally suppressed it. Who would have thought that they would still be so weak? With 2 heavy losses, the Cloud Sky faction's decline was obvious. The atmosphere was incomparably oppressive. As for the Kongtong faction, their morale was naturally high. In the next moment, there was a Kongtong faction disciple who directly tore through the Cloud Sky faction disciple's protective spirit energy with a sharp blade. The sharp blade directly pierced through, and the clear sound of flesh being pierced could be heard. After that, the Cloud Sky faction disciple clearly couldn't suppress his nameplate. With a bang, the nameplate shattered, and he was directly transported away from this world. At the same time that the Cloud Sky faction disciple was transported away, the Kongtong faction disciple raised his blade and wiped off the blood on it in disgust. Then, without any hesitation, he spat out the word trash. Chapter 783. Spirit energy rippled endlessly, and the ground was a complete mess. At the same time, the 10 disciples of the Kongtong faction were in high spirits. As for the Cloud Sky faction, one could imagine how low they were. Moreover, in the next moment, as a disciple was truly eliminated, it was like a heavy hammer that heavily struck their bodies. This caused their hearts to tremble because they could completely imagine that this was only the beginning. At this moment, their Cloud Sky faction was already showing signs of defeat. If they continued to fight, those who were about to be eliminated would appear one after another. It was also because of such an atmosphere that the disciples from the Kongtong faction had the upper hand in the fierce battle between the 5th-level Heaven Palace realm disciples from the 2 factions, who had originally been evenly matched. At the same time, the disciples of the Kongtong faction, who had continuously mocked them, no longer restrained their gazes of ridicule. They continued to look at the 2 disciples of the Cloud Sky faction who were smashed into the ground. They were already heavily injured and had even fainted. It was obvious that the previous scene had already made them feel that this situation would cause quite a big blow to the morale of the Cloud Sky faction. So, since they had already tasted the sweetness, how could they give up? As they mocked, the 2 of them slowly raised their palms. Dense spirit energy continuously gathered in their palms. Once such an attack landed, one could imagine what the result would be. But looking at this scene, even though the disciples of the Cloud Sky faction didn't want to see the result, not a single one of them was able to free up their hands to help. Right now, every single one of them was already struggling to fight against the disciples of the Kongtong faction. How could they have any strength left to speak of? As a result, even if they were unwilling, they could only watch as the attack that had been accumulating power descended bit by bit. Only at the last moment did they close their eyes, clearly deceiving themselves and others, unwilling to watch anymore. Boom! A huge explosion resounded, causing the hearts of the disciples of the Cloud Sky faction to tremble. However, what made them puzzled was that the mocking laughter of the disciples of the Kongtong faction didn't sound out. Instead, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly became deathly silent along with the explosion. When they couldn't help but open their eyes and look over, they immediately understood the reason. Shockingly, it could be seen that the positions of the 2 Kongtong lineages had been replaced by 2 brand new figures. As for these 2 figures, they were all too familiar with the beautiful figure in a green dress because she was Mai Hani, who was quite popular among the Silver disciples. Indeed, the 2 figures that suddenly appeared were Mai Hani and Yan Chutian. As for the 2 Kongtong disciples, they were currently lying on the ground in an extremely sorry state. This sudden turn of events caused all the disciples of the Cloud Sky faction, and even Lien Qiyang and Guo Yu, to be delighted. After all, this was a pleasant surprise for them. None of them had expected that a disciple of their Cloud Sky bloodline would suddenly arrive at this time. However, after their joy they were somewhat disappointed. Mai Hani's cultivation was indeed not weak, but the other person seemed to have only just entered the Tianfuging 4th floor. If both of them were at the 5th level of the Heaven Palace stage, the situation would be much better. However, there was only one person, so the situation was still extremely bad for their Cloud Sky bloodline. At the same time, The two disciples of the Kong Tong faction who had been smashed into the ground earlier had already shot out from the rubble with disheveled hair. After experiencing such a scene, one could imagine how tyrannical their expressions would be. At the same time, Hua Yunxiao, who was fighting with Lien Qiyang, also had an ugly expression. He immediately said coldly, "Hurry up and finish them off. It's only one more person at the 5th level of the Heaven Palace stage. Don't tell me you can't even finish off such trash?" Hua Yunxiao's words made the three of them even more unsightly. Without any explanation, they surged their enormous spirit energy and pounced out like ferocious tigers. Sensing the intense battle below, Hua Yunxiao finally regained his composure. He then looked at Lien Qiyang and sneered. "Haha, it's a pity that your reinforcements are only at the 5th level of the Heaven Palace stage. That alone won't be able to change the outcome." Lien Qiyang didn't reply. He silently increased his strength, trying to injure his opponent as much as possible. However, even if he didn't reply, he knew that he agreed with Hua Yunxiao's thoughts. It was only one more person at the 5th level of the Heaven Palace stage, but the Cloud Sky bloodline situation was still extremely bad. "Haha, you little grasshopper courting death. Now, get the hell out of here too." Facing Yan Chutian, the Kongtong bloodline's 5th level Heaven Palace stage disciple charged over, while the other two surrounded Maihani. Their thoughts were simple. Since only Maihani was at the 5th level of the Heaven Palace stage, they would first deal with the ant Yan Chutian. Once they dealt with him, only Maihani would be left. No matter how powerful she was at the 5th level of the Heaven Palace stage, they wouldn't be able to believe it. They didn't believe that the three of them couldn't suppress Yi Shiwen. Perhaps in the eyes of others, this was the most correct and appropriate choice, but Wu Hani knew very well just how stupid it was to do so. Having fought with Yan Chutian before, she was very clear that this guy's current strength was not the slightest bit weaker than her. Since the Kongtong bloodline's disciple still looked down on him, the result was obvious. At the same time, facing the incoming attack, Yan Chutian neither dodged nor evaded. Instead, he slowly raised his right fist. Looking at this situation, the Kongtong bloodline's disciple couldn't help but sneer. He never imagined that the Cloud Sky bloodline's disciple would be so ignorant. Did he think that he could fight him head-on with just the power of the Heaven Palace 4th floor? Since that was the case, he didn't mind telling him how miserable the outcome would be if he didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. In the next instant, the two attacks finally collided, but it was also at this moment that the Kongtong bloodline's disciple's expression changed from ridicule to fear. Immediately after, before the others could see his expression, they could clearly sense that his body was like a cannonball, heavily smashing into a distant place. Loud booms rang out one after another, even more intense than the collision of the two attacks. It was also such a scene that caused the Kongtong bloodline and Cloud Sky bloodline's disciples to fall into a deathly silence. If the previous deathly silence was mostly because they were stunned, then the current deathly silence was because everyone couldn't believe the scene before their eyes and were shocked. They never thought that the result of the collision between the two would be like this. In their eyes, Yan Chutian's cultivation was at most the early stage of the Heaven Palace 4th floor. As for the Kongtong bloodline's disciple, he was a genuine 5th layer of the Heaven Palace stage, close to the peak. But even with such a gap, the result was that the Kongtong bloodline's disciple was defeated in a single move. Moreover, it was such an extreme defeat, how could it not shock the hearts of the crowd? A trace of shock flashed across Lien Qiang's face at this moment, and it was also because of this that he seemed to have sensed the arrival of a turning point. Finally, the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile as he looked at Hua Yunxiao, who had already retreated with a face full of shock. "Haha, looks like today's outcome can be changed." Hearing Lien Qiang's cold smile, how could Hua Yunxiao's expression remain calm? He immediately shouted with a gloomy face, "What are you guys doing? Hurry up and kill this brat!" But no matter how angry he was, The remaining two Kongtong bloodline's disciples at the fifth layer of the Heaven Palace stage didn't dare to act rashly. Because at this moment, it was simply impossible for them to predict what level Yan Chutian's strength had reached. If it was just the Heaven Palace fourth floor on the surface, how could it be possible for him to defeat the former so cleanly? But if that wasn't the case, his cultivation was clearly at the Heaven Palace fourth floor from the beginning to the end. Looking at the bewildered expressions of the remaining two, Yan Chutian wouldn't be the slightest bit courteous. He signaled to Mai Hani from afar, and the two of them tacitly disappeared at the same time. When they reappeared, the two of them had already appeared above the two Kongtong bloodline's disciples, one in front and one behind. Soon after, the power in their hands quickly gathered. In the blink of an eye, their powerful attacks immediately smashed down. P.S. It's already 800 chapters, another step up, cheer yourself on. Chapter 784. The surging attack descended from the sky, but even if they were slow to react, the two Kongtong disciples weren't fools. They immediately summoned their spiritual energy to defend themselves. Above the two of them, layers of spiritual energy light screens were constantly propped up. Just the condensed defensive aura alone was so majestic that it was enough to shake a level 4 heavenly mansion stage cultivator. However, such a thick defense was forcefully torn apart by the spiritual energy sword condensed in Mai Hani's hand. The powerful force went straight for the disciples of the Kongtong sect who were defending them. Although it didn't shatter their nameplates, it still heavily injured them and sent them crashing to the ground. At the same time, Yan Chutian's seemingly ordinary spiritual energy hand seal descended. As the spiritual energy hand seal descended, the Kongtong disciples' faces were filled with horror. This was because he could clearly feel that the defense he had condensed was sealed for an instant. Even though it was only for a short moment, he knew too well that the other party wouldn't let go of such an excellent opportunity. Just as he had expected, the power of Yan Chutian's mysterious Yang seal descended at this instant. The power that erupted from the seal shook him to the ground. There was a faint sound of him vomiting blood, and a mist of blood sprayed into the sky. Boom! Boom! The rumbling sounds of the collision rang out one after another. These two rumbles shook the hearts of the other Kongtong disciples. After all, other than Hua Yunxiao and Zhu Feng, the others were only at the fifth level of the Heaven Palace realm. Thus, how could they not think about what would happen to them if they were in the same position? Moreover, this scene made them realize that the Kongtong disciples were in an extremely awkward situation. Originally, they did have the advantage, and could even gradually erode the other party. In the end, only the two Tianfujing sixth-floor disciples were left. But now, because the three of them were defeated, there were two more disciples in the other party's camp. They were at least at the fifth level of the Heaven Palace realm. In the current situation, it was the Kongtong disciples who were in danger. In fact, if they were to continue fighting, they would be the ones to be eaten away by the other party. Knowing this, Lien Qiyang and Guo Yu were extremely aggressive and vicious when they fought. On the other hand, Hua Yunxiao and Zhu Feng from the Kongtong faction were extremely restrained when they fought. Thus, in a moment of carelessness, Hua Yunxiao was kicked in the chest by Lien Qiyang. Even though the spiritual energies of both sides were quickly neutralized, it was easy to imagine that this attack had caused Hua Yunxiao to suffer quite a bit of damage, leaving him in a rather sorry state. Although Hua Yunxiao was unhappy with this, he knew that the situation was not right and could only bear with it silently. However, he did not expect that after he had deliberately exercised forbearance, Lien Qiang's attacks had become even more ferocious. A series of attacks wrapped in earth-shattering spiritual energy continued to suppress him. Caught off guard, Hua Yunxiao cut a sorry figure. After enduring this series of ferocious attacks, he finally could not suppress the anger in his heart and furiously roared, "Lien Qiyang, don't go too far." Looking at Hua Yunxiao's flustered and exasperated appearance, Lien Qiyang felt incomparably carefree. Earlier, the Kongtong faction had been suppressing the Cloud Sky faction like this, and had even mercilessly eliminated the disciples of the Cloud Sky faction. Now, he had only made them look miserable. Wasn't this going too far? Haha. Hua Yunxiao, perhaps you can also taste the feeling of being alone today. After his mocking laughter, Lien Qiyang turned his gaze towards Yan Chutian and Maihani. Although he did not know Yan Chutian, he still had some connection with Maihani. However, in reality, even without his signal, Yan Chutian and Maihani would have charged towards the other battlefields without any hesitation. With the sudden appearance of these two, it was easy to imagine that the originally deadlocked battlefields would instantly tip in one direction. Soon, miserable howls and rumbling sounds continued to ring out. Those were the rumbling sounds of the disciples of the Kongtong lineage colliding with the ground. You dare? Stop! High up in the sky, Hua Yunxiao's expression was gloomy as he furiously roared. He even wanted to directly attack Maihani and Yan Chutian. However, just as he was about to move, Lien Qiyang had already taken a step forward. A mountain-like spiritual energy enveloped him and sealed off every path. This scene caused Hua Yunxiao's expression to become even more unsightly. However, no matter how unsightly it was, there was nothing he could do. Hua Yunxiao, the situation is not good for us. We have to leave quickly. On the other side was Zhu Feng, who was being repeatedly suppressed by Guiyu. No matter how proud he was originally, he now understood that the situation was extremely bad for them. If this continued, he and Hua Yunxiao would become generals without an army. Hua Yunxiao's expression was gloomy, but he also knew that the situation was not good for them. Hence, he could only nod his head and give the order for his disciples to quickly retreat. However, even if they wanted to retreat, how could the disciples of the Cloud Sky faction watch them succeed? Immediately, attacks that were several times more ferocious than before erupted from every single disciple of the Cloud Sky bloodline. In an instant, a total of 5 disciples of the Kongtong faction were too heavily injured and could no longer control their nameplates. As their nameplates shattered, the space around them distorted and they were all sent away. With 5 people eliminated, the situation of the other disciples of the Kongtong faction was also not good. Even Hua Yunxiao and Zhu Feng were injured. One could only imagine how the remaining 3 were faring. It was not an exaggeration to say that the 3 of them were barely able to control their nameplates and were just a hair's breadth away from being miserably eliminated. Fleeing miserably, Hua Yunxiao's eyes were red as he scanned his surroundings. The fury in his heart had already soared. How could he have imagined that he would end up in such a miserable state when encountering the disciples of the Cloud Sky faction? This was an unprecedented humiliation. Lien Qiyang, Guiyu, just you wait. However, no matter how furious he was, he could only leave behind some vicious words. Of course, he didn't forget about the 2 people who had suddenly appeared while he was talking. Although the 2 disciples of the Cloud Sky faction who had suddenly appeared were not eye-catching, it was precisely because of them that the situation today was reversed. Otherwise, the roles of both sides would have been completely reversed. Feeling the incomparably violent and cold gaze of Hua Yunxiao before he disappeared, it was impossible for Maihani to say that she did not feel any pressure. After all, this meant that Hua Yunxiao had set his eyes on her. Moreover, his cultivation was at the late Tianfujing 6th floor. Even if she could break through to the Tianfujing 6th floor in the near future, she would not be his match. Feeling the pressure in her heart, Maihani subconsciously glanced at Yan Chutian, who should be in the same situation as her. However, when she looked at him, she found that the latter looked as if nothing had happened. This made her suspect that Hua Yunxiao had only remembered her in the end and had forgotten about this fellow. Of course, this was only Maihani's thoughts. In fact, the commotion that Yan Chutian had caused was even greater than her. How could Hua Yunxiao have forgotten about him? Moreover, Maihani could also understand why Yan Chutian could be so calm. From her understanding of him for some time, she could vaguely feel that the latter was a fearless fellow. Not to mention her, even Yuan Yang and Ba Hong were just ordinary people in his eyes. If someone without strength had such an attitude, my Hani would only think that he did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. However, Yan Chutian had never given her such a feeling. Moreover, his performance over the past few days was something that even my Hani could not help but accept. He was full of mysteries. At the very least, she had never met a fellow like him before. Even my Hani had to admit that such a fellow was extremely attractive. She could not help but be attracted to him. Thinking of this, my Hani's charming face inwardly reddened. Soon after, she quickly gathered her thoughts and cleared her mind. Because no matter how she thought about it, it sounded as if she was attracted to him. However, how could this be? She was the charming genius. No matter what, it should be the other party who was attracted to her. Chapter 785. Following the defeat of the disciples of the Kongtong branch, the disciples of the Cloud Sky branch all heaved a sigh of relief. However, they did not relax immediately after. Instead, they all turned their gazes towards the two people who had just appeared. This was because they were very clear that if it weren't for the sudden appearance of the two of them and the unexpected defeat of the three disciples of the Kongtong branch, right now they were probably in an extremely sorry state. It was even to the extent that all of them were eliminated, and only Lien Qiyang and Guo Yu were able to escape. But fortunately, the final result was the appearance of the two of them and the reversal of the battle. Slowly descending, Lien Qiyang and Guo Yu couldn't help but descend in front of Yan Chutian and my Hani. My Hani and the others already knew about it, so it didn't take much effort for them to talk. However, when the target was Yan Chutian, it was clearly difficult for them to speak. Although they were also under Yuan Yang's command, they didn't pay attention to the existence of Yan Chutian before. They only knew that my Hani had brought back an extra person when she returned. At this time, my Hani took the initiative to stand up and act as a middleman between Yan Chutian and the two of them. However, she clearly knew her limit. Although she was acting as a middleman, her words did not reveal too much about Yan Chutian's background. At most, he would say that he was originally one of the 10 bronze plate disciples. After crossing the Spirit River boundary, he broke into the Tianfuging fourth floor from the inner circle. Although they had vaguely heard about this news, at this moment, when they truly heard it from my Hani's mouth, including Lien Qiyang and Guo Yu, they couldn't help but be slightly shocked. Especially when they knew that the former had only just entered the Tianfuging fourth floor. They had clearly seen that Yan Chutian had only relied on his own opinion. He defeated 2 Kongtong disciples at the 5th level of the Heaven's Mansion realm. Perhaps one of them could be said to be a fluke, but no matter what, the two of them couldn't be a fluke. Only the word truth could describe it. However, with such strength, he had only just broken through to the Tianfuging fourth floor, so how could they not be shocked? Yan Chutian did not find it strange at all when he sensed the shocked gazes that were faintly directed at him from all directions. This was because he had already anticipated this before he made his move. Since my Hani had taken the initiative to act as a go-between for him, he naturally wouldn't let her good intentions go to waste. He took the initiative to chat with everyone, especially Lien Qiyang and Guo Yu. Lien Qiyang and Guo Yu were also extremely polite to Yan Chutian. However, the people around him didn't feel envious at all. After all, he had won this position with his strength. Speaking of which, if it weren't for the other party, they probably wouldn't have the chance to stand here safely. After some pleasantries, everyone naturally began to talk about the current situation in the mountain forest. Just as Yan Chutian and my Hani had thought, they already knew the location of the exit where the formation core was located. However, they obviously didn't want to miss the crystal essence that existed in this mountain forest. Previously, they had inadvertently encountered the disciples of the Kongtong faction. Originally, Lien Qiyang didn't have the intention to fight. After all, he knew that although both sides had 10 people, his Cloud Sky faction's overall strength was clearly lacking. However, just because he didn't have the intention to fight didn't mean that the other party didn't either. However, no one would have thought that the final result would be like this. While they were talking, the night quietly descended. Seeing the appearance of dusk, everyone clearly didn't have the intention to continue searching for crystal essence. Moreover, the battle with the Kongtong faction's disciples had caused them to be quite exhausted, and one of them had even been eliminated. As such, it was time for them to quickly recover. However, just as the night gradually deepened, the people sitting cross-legged suddenly felt something and opened their eyes one by one. Yan Chutian didn't understand why, but he didn't feel anything out of the ordinary with his perception. However, while he didn't feel anything, the others seemed to have felt something. Even Maihani's face twitched slightly. Fortunately, Maihani was also paying close attention to him, and immediately said solemnly, "Yuan Yang and Ba Hong issued the order to gather at the same time." Issued the order to gather at the same time? Yan Chutian didn't find it strange that Silver Token disciples were able to maintain some basic contact with each other. What he really cared about was that both Yuan Yang and Ba Hong issued the order to gather at the same time. He didn't believe that there could be so many coincidences in the world. In other words, Yuan Yang and Ba Hong had discussed before acting at the same time. In other words, something big was about to happen in this mountain forest. As for this big matter, apart from the final battle with the Kongtong faction's disciples, even Yan Chutian couldn't think of any other reason. "Can you pinpoint the source of the order to gather?" With a similarly solemn expression, Yan Chutian didn't forget to ask. Hearing this, Maihani didn't hesitate and immediately replied, "Although I can't pinpoint the source, I can at least know the general direction. As long as we follow the direction, we should be able to find Yuan Yang and Ba Hong." As Maihani replied, Lien Qiyang and the others also looked over. Then, he said without hesitation, "I believe the two of you also know about the order to gather. Since that's the case, there's no time to lose. Let's set off immediately." The two of them, who were already decisive, naturally didn't hesitate in the slightest when they heard this. They nodded in unison and flashed towards the direction of the order to gather. At the same time, in this mountain forest shrouded in mist, it was not just Yan Chutian's group, or even the disciples of the Cloud Heaven faction, but also the disciples of the Kongtong faction, who seemed to have sensed something and gathered in a certain direction. Obviously, there was about to be a huge collision that was about to erupt in this mountain forest. In reality, the more they rushed towards the direction of the order, the more Yan Chutian could feel that this direction was clearly the center of the mountain forest, or rather, the natural formation. That was the place where the natural formation was the strongest. If this natural formation had an owner, then entering the center would undoubtedly be an extremely dangerous choice. Fortunately, this was a natural formation and no one could control it. Thus, even though the formation was the strongest place, it wouldn't be as dangerous as expected. Moreover, it was precisely because this was a natural formation that the eye of the formation would normally be placed in such a place. Although there was a saying that the most dangerous place was the safest place. However, even Yan Chutian was still used to controlling the formation eye under the protection of his own power and not relying on illusory luck. Luck was something that could only be relied on when the difference in strength was extremely great. After an entire 2 days of ceaseless advancement, everyone suddenly noticed that there was actually an enormous mountain range that was like an enormous dragon rising from the clouds and mist before them, and it lay across the heavens and the earth. Looking at this dragon-shaped mountain range, even Yan Chutian seemed to see a huge dragon coiling in front of him. The aura that permeated the air made people feel small and weak. However, Yan Chutian had a spirit eye, so he quickly woke up from this dazed state. Yan Chutian could break free so quickly, but the others couldn't. No matter how strong their cultivations were, they didn't have a spirit eye like Yan Chutian. However, even if they were a little slow in breaking free, they still gradually regained their senses after a short while. Immediately after, the sharp-eyed people suddenly saw that there was another team rushing over from the other side. The cultivation aura of the person in the lead was extremely strong, and he had already stepped onto the Tianfuging 6th floor. However, this team didn't belong to their Cloud Sky clan. Naturally, it could only belong to the Kongtong clan. When Yan Chutian and the others looked at them, the other party also looked over. Immediately, the other party clearly understood their identities. When the gazes of the two sides met, there was already a faint smell of gunpowder. However, the other party didn't stay for too long and quickly continued to approach the dragon-shaped mountain range. They should have also received the summoning order from the Kongtong clan. Looking at this scene, Lien Qiyang suddenly spoke. Immediately after, he didn't hesitate and led the way towards the dragon-shaped mountain range. As they continued to approach, many spiritual auras appeared in everyone's senses. This made them understand that they should be close to the source of the summoning order. Sure enough, after a while, they really saw the familiar figures of Yuan Yang and Ba Hong. Chapter 786. As far as the eye could see, Yuan Yang and Ba Hong were standing somewhere below the dragon-shaped mountain range. Beside the two of them, there were many disciples gathered. As for the gazes of the crowd, most of them were focused on the dragon-shaped mountain range. Only when Yan Chutian and the others approached did the crowd subconsciously cast their gazes over. However, they quickly retracted their gazes and continued to stare at the dragon-shaped mountain range. But in this regard, Yan Chutian had gradually come to understand. Even though it was his first time here, it did not prevent him from sensing the dense crystal marrow aura spreading from the dragon-shaped mountain range. In addition to the peculiar shape and location of the dragon-shaped mountain range, it was not difficult for him to imagine that there was most likely a large amount of precious crystal marrow hidden in the dragon-shaped mountain range. Yan Chutian and the others soon arrived at the group of disciples around Yuan Yang. With Maihani's communication skills, she quickly inquired about the secret of the dragon-shaped mountain range. It turned out that there was indeed an extremely large amount of crystal marrow hidden in the mountain range. Many disciples had seen with their own eyes that there were 5 elemental beings born one after another in the mountain range. As for why they did not directly excavate it, it was because the Kongtong faction had also discovered this place. Secondly, it was because the dragon-shaped mountain range was faintly shrouded by an extremely large power. If one recklessly approached, not only would they be suppressed by the enormous power, they would also be easily affected by it, causing illusions to appear. Previously, there were disciples from 2 factions who were injured or even eliminated because of this. Therefore, no one dared to act rashly. After learning this information, Yan Chutian gradually formed an idea in his heart. Most likely, this dragon-shaped mountain range was the main source of crystal marrow produced by the natural spirit formation of this mountain range. Coincidentally, this main source of crystal marrow was located at the center of the natural spirit formation. As such, it was protected by the sky spirit formation. Knowing that the dragon-shaped mountain range was the main source of crystal marrow, even Yan Chutian could not help but feel a burning desire in his heart. Because this main source of crystal marrow was very likely to be of extremely high quality. Even reaching the 7th rank wouldn't be an unrealistic and extravagant hope. It was because Yan Chutian had personally experienced that the Dark Valley pool he had encountered earlier was located on a crystal marrow vein. However, even a branch vein had allowed him to obtain a grade 6 crystal essence. Why couldn't the main vein contain a grade 7 crystal essence? However, even if a high-grade crystal marrow was right in front of him, Yan Chutian would never act rashly. Not to mention that it was not easy to get close to the main vein, it was protected by a natural array formation. However, on the other side of the dragon-shaped mountain range, there were still disciples of the Kongtong lineage eyeing them covetously. Yen Chutian didn't think that they wouldn't be interested in the crystal marrow vein. In fact, even these disciples who were also from the Cloud Heaven bloodline had a chance of becoming one. Competitors. But all in all, Yen Chutian could only continue to wait. After all, he was not the leader of these Cloud Heaven bloodline disciples, so even if he wanted to make a move, he would have to wait for Yuan Yang or Ba Hong's opinion. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look in the direction of Yuan Yang and Ba Hong. Presumably, the two of them were also extremely impatient at this moment. The situation was just as Yen Chutian thought. Whether it was Yuan Yang or Ba Hong, it was impossible that they did not want this dragon-shaped mountain range. Otherwise, the two of them would not have issued the order to gather all the disciples in the mountain range at the same time. This was because they knew that on the other side of the mountain range, there were also disciples of the Kongtong lineage eyeing them covetously. At the same time, on the other side of the dragon-shaped mountain range, many disciples were also continuously descending and gathering in front of the two powerful figures, one man and one woman. The two leading figures, one man and one woman, were also looking at the dragon-shaped mountain range with burning eyes. But even the two of them didn't dare to act rashly. After all, there was a precedent of their Kongtong lineage's disciples being suppressed by the enormous power and eliminated in the end. Although the disciple in the example was only at the 5th level of the Heaven Palace realm, it was enough for the two leaders, who were at the 7th level of the Heaven Palace realm, to figure out that the power guarding the dragon-shaped mountain range was extraordinary. Therefore, unless they had no other choice, they wouldn't recklessly come in contact. Moreover, they also knew that on the other side of the dragon-shaped mountain range, disciples of the Cloud Heaven bloodline were gathered. If they acted rashly and suffered heavy losses, wouldn't they be letting the Cloud Heaven bloodline take advantage of them for nothing? Even if they had no other choice and had to force their way into the dragon-shaped mountain range, they had to expel all the Cloud Heaven bloodline disciples before that. Time always seemed to pass extremely slowly when waiting in silence. With such a slow passage of time, it was clear that both the Kongtong and Cloud Heaven bloodline's disciples were somewhat impatient. This was especially true for the Kongtong disciples. In their opinion, they should just expel the Cloud Heaven bloodline disciples and gradually begin to excavate the crystal essence of the dragon-shaped mountain range. Why was there a need for such a stalemate? It would be fine if there were no outsiders in such a stalemate, but if a group of disciples from the other bloodlines appeared, it wouldn't be good news for them at all. Such a situation seemed to make the two leaders of the Kongtong bloodline unable to bear it any longer. In the next instant, they led a large number of disciples and soared into the air, descending towards the location of the Cloud Heaven bloodline. However, seeing this, how could Yuan Yang and Ba Hong retreat? Immediately, they also rose into the air, leading a large number of disciples to face the former. The Cloud Heaven bloodline as a whole was very strong. Although there was a difference in strength between the various bloodlines, but at this moment, at least the difference between the Cloud Heaven bloodline and the Kongtong bloodline wasn't that great. Therefore, how could Yuan Yang and Ba Hong retreat? Because this might be the place where their Cloud Heaven bloodline had the best chance of occupying, a place of opportunity that was extremely close to a treasure ground. Haha! Yuan Yang, Ba Hong, I didn't expect to encounter your Cloud Heaven bloodlines group in front of such a treasure ground. Both sides faced each other in the air, the smell of gunpowder permeating the air. At the front of the Kongtong disciples, the woman in a fiery red robe appeared rather indifferent. Every frown and smile of hers was extremely alluring. Perhaps ordinary disciples would be attracted by such an appearance of the woman, but Yuan Yang and Ba Hong, who knew her well, naturally wouldn't. They were very clear that not only was this woman powerful, but her methods were likely a level higher than the black-clothed man standing beside her. At the same time, Mai Hani inadvertently saw that Ba Xian was actually looking at the red-robed woman with greed in his eyes. Immediately, waves of ridicule emerged in her heart. Indeed, this Ba Xian was someone who used his lower body to think. It was fortunate that he had a brother like Ba Hong. Otherwise, with his conduct, it would definitely be difficult for him to move an inch in the inner sect. With that thought in mind, my Hani couldn't help but subconsciously look at Yan Chutian on the other side. Seeing that the latter's expression was still as indifferent as before, she unconsciously heaved a sigh of relief. However, while she was relieved, she didn't forget to speak softly. This woman is called Shen Junyao. Although her name is pleasant to hear, her methods are much more ruthless than some men. And look at her appearance, I'm afraid that she has countless lovers in the dark. Hearing this, Yan Chutian secretly nodded his head, but he didn't agree with my Hani's words. Instead, he also believed that this red-robed woman, Shen Junyao, should be an extremely powerful character. Actually, thinking about it, if he wasn't powerful, how could he become a silver disciple? Furthermore, he was the first to step into the Tianfuging 7th floor among the many silver disciples, becoming a leader-like existence. After roughly knowing that this was Shen Junyao, Yan Chutian immediately looked at the black-clothed man and asked softly, "Then who is this guy?" Perhaps it was because Yan Chutian had nodded his head in agreement, which made my Hani extremely satisfied, so when he asked, she told him everything she knew. His name is Jiang Shao. Although there isn't much information, he is also a ruthless character. Oh right, his spirit art primordial chaos art is extremely famous. It is said that if he uses it, even those of the same level would find it extremely difficult to be his match. However, you don't have to worry. These two people will naturally be dealt with by Yuan Yang and Ba Hong. Our enemies are the disciples of the Kongtong sect, who are at the 5th or 6th level of the Heavenly Mansion realm. Bookmark for easy reading. Chapter 787. Hearing my Hani's words, Yan Chutian did not refute, because he had to admit that he did not have the strength to go against Shen Junyao or Jiang Shao. However, it was one thing to not have the strength to go against them for the time being, but he would not ignore them because of this. After all, it was always a good thing to know one's enemy. No one could guarantee that there would not be a sudden change that would force him to go against the former. At the same time, the smell of gunpowder on both sides had become extremely strong before the two armies faced each other. However, just as the atmosphere was so oppressive that it seemed like an attack could erupt at any time, there was a sudden movement in the dragon-shaped mountain range that was originally shrouded in clouds and mist. Even though the movement was extremely slight, everyone was extremely concerned about the dragon-shaped mountain range. Therefore, no matter how small the movement was, it was immediately noticed by them. In an instant, the originally tense atmosphere completely disappeared. All that was left were pairs of eyes that were staring intently at the mountain range. Under the attention of countless gazes, the mountain range did not restrain its movements, and faint sounds continued to be heard from it. Vaguely, the mountain range in the clouds and mist continued to rise. Then, from the center, the mountain ridge gradually split apart, and a surge of crystal marrow aura that was countless times richer than before immediately filled the world. Such a situation caused the eyes of the disciples from both factions to turn blood red. This was because they could clearly sense, and even vaguely see just how rich the crystal essence aura had become. If it was before, the disciples from both factions felt that this was only a place of opportunity that was close to the level of a treasure land. But now, no one had any doubts. This was definitely a new land of treasures. It was also because of this that the smell of gunpowder between the two factions became unprecedentedly strong, because no one was willing to share such a treasure land with others. In front of the many disciples of the Kongtong faction, Jiang Shao stepped on spiritual energy, and the faintly moving aura around his body seemed to make the space unstable, as traces of cracks constantly appeared. Then, he spoke without the slightest trace of politeness. Cloud Sky faction, the opportunity here is occupied by my Kongtong faction. Leave as soon as possible. Behind Jiang Shao, although Shen Junyao did not say anything, it was obvious that she agreed with the former's words. Seeing this, Yuan Yang's face darkened. Because the other party's intention to monopolize was really too disrespectful. However, just as he was about to speak, Ba Hong sneered and said, "Jiang Shao, isn't your Kongtong branch a little too arrogant? How can you occupy such a vast land of crystal essences as you please? Haha, it seems like you are not willing to give up. You want to stubbornly persist." Hearing this, Jiang Shao sneered. As he spoke, his face was filled with sharpness, and he did not restrain his fighting spirit at all. From his appearance, it was clear that he wanted to attack. Although Yuan Yang and even Ba Hong were unwilling to see such a situation, they had no choice but to face it head-on in order to compete for this crystal essence land. Otherwise, were they supposed to hand over the crystal marrow treasure right in front of them? However, just as they were ready to welcome the Kongtong disciples led by Jiang Shao, who were attacking them, the Kongtong sect's disciples suddenly appeared. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Shen Juanyao's faint laughter suddenly rang out between heaven and earth. "Ha ha, the competition for this treasure land is inevitable. However, today, perhaps we can use a simpler method between our two branches to minimize the losses of our disciples." For some reason, Jiang Shao did not refute Shen Juanyao's words. However, both Ba Hong and Yuan Yang did not dare to relax in the slightest. This was because they knew very well that, in terms of means, Shen Junyao was an extremely powerful character. However, they had to admit that Shen Juanyao's words had hit the nail on the head. Whether it was Ba Hong or Yuan Yang, neither of them was willing to lose their disciples. This was because this was the foundation of their Cloud Sky branch in the competition between the various branches. If too many of their disciples were lost, it would be a result that neither of them could bear. Therefore, after the two of them exchanged a glance, Ba Hong responded, "I would like to hear the details. It's very simple. In order to avoid losing our disciples in the competition, our two branches will simply send out disciples to compete. The victory of the disciples will determine the ownership of this treasure land. Of course, if you feel that it's unfair, we can use 10 rounds to determine the victor. Even to the extent that the disciples participating in the competition will be limited to those below the 5th level of the Heaven Palace realm. However, if that's the case and you are still unwilling to compete, then even if we are unwilling to lose our disciples, we will have no choice but to use the strength of all our disciples to compete with you." This simple speech had already made Yuan Yang and Ba Hong understand the power of Shen Juanyao's methods, especially her last words. Although it seemed that she had given the initiative to them, in reality, she had already forced them to nod their heads in agreement. Otherwise, before the competition, the momentum of their Cloud Sky branch would weaken because of this. However, although this method of competition seemed fair, with their understanding of Shen Junyao, they did not believe that she would do something that she was not confident in. Since she had proposed such a method of competition, she definitely believed that she had great confidence in winning. The rather difficult situation caused Yuan Yang and Ba Hong to be unable to make a decision for the time being. However, the two of them were also clear that such hesitation would imperceptibly weaken the momentum of their branch. Therefore, after pondering for a moment, Ba Hong finally secretly gritted his teeth and said, "All right, then we will use this method to determine the ownership of this treasure land." Hearing this, Shen Junyao smiled faintly, a trace of craftiness quietly flashing through her bright eyes. Immediately, she continued to lightly open her red lip. "All right, then we will use 10 rounds of disciple competition to determine the ownership of this treasure land." Following which, the two sides continued to specify the specific details. After everything was clearly stated, Ba Hong and Yuan Yang rushed back and returned to their respective disciple camp. The two had finished their discussion and each chose 5 people to go up. At this time, both Maihani and Yan Chutian knew that it was not time for them to hide. They both took the initiative to step forward and enter Yuan Yang's line of sight. However, Yuan Yang only nodded slightly when he saw my Hani, but he did not even look at Yan Chutian. Yan Chutian had already expected this, so he did not hesitate and immediately opened his mouth. Senior brother Yuan, Yan Chu is willing to fight. It was a simple sentence, but it had already caused countless gazes in the surroundings to turn towards him. Because no one expected that he, who seemed to have just entered the time-fuging fourth floor, would actually take the initiative to ask for a fight. Could it be that he did not hear clearly that the realm in the rules was below the fifth level of the Tianfu stage? At this moment, only those disciples who knew about Yan Chutian faintly understood what was going on. This was because they knew that the strength of the guy in front of them could not be seen on the surface. Yuan Yang also looked at Yan Chutian. He did not know about Yan Chutian, but with his usual attitude, he did not directly ridicule him. Instead, he repeated the rules again about disciples below the fifth level of the Tianfu stage. He believed that this way, the other party should understand his meaning. However, he did not expect that just as he finished speaking, Yan Chutian's voice rang out again. Senior brother Yuan, Yan Chu is confident in winning this round. This time, as soon as he finished speaking, my Hani hurriedly stood up and spoke for him. Then, even Lien Qiyang and Guo Yu also stood up. Hearing the words of these people who had stepped forward, Yuan Yang's face, which was originally about to become impatient, could not help but become shocked. My Hani aside, even Lien Qiyang and Guo Yu held him in high regard. Then, even he, Yuan Yang, could not ignore him. He quietly calmed down, then looked at Yan Chutian, who was right in front of him, and slowly said, "Are you really sure that you can win this round?" Hearing this, Yan Chutian immediately nodded. When he decided to stand up, he decided not to hide anymore. This was because he wanted to use this opportunity to make a name for himself, and at the same time, he wanted to ensure that he could win the next round. This was a precious land of crystal essences, so he could not wait for it to belong to him. Otherwise, when the time came, it would be too late for regrets if he could obtain the ownership of this land of crystal essences from the Cloud Sky bloodline. Chapter 788. However, just as Yuan Yang had decided on a candidate, Ba Hong looked over and couldn't help but frown. He directly said, "Yuan Yang, you can't be thinking of letting this guy participate in the competition, right?" Hearing this, Yuan Yang did not refute. Seeing that he had no intention of refuting, Ba Hong's face suddenly darkened, and undisguised anger appeared on his face. "What nonsense! These 10 battles will determine the ownership of this treasure land, and you are going to casually choose a candidate? If you can't even choose a candidate, I can choose this person for you, so as to avoid losing face for my Cloud Sky bloodline and missing out on this treasure land for nothing." Yuan Yang couldn't refute Ba Hong's words at all. After all, even though he had heard the words of Lien Qiyang and the others, he still wasn't sure how strong Yan Chutian was. Thus, based on the principle of being careful, how could he risk standing out and speaking up for him? Thus, he only looked at Yan Chutian behind him. Obviously, Yuan Yang wanted to let Yan Chutian himself prove whether or not he had the qualifications to participate in the competition. And if the other party were to back down at this time, then he wouldn't mind changing the candidate. In fact, as Ba Hong had said, it wouldn't be a problem for him to choose a disciple. However, Yuan Yang obviously wouldn't have the chance to do so. Just now, Yan Chutian dared to face him directly, so how could he not have the courage to face Ba Hong directly? Yan Chutian immediately took a step forward, and with a firm aura, he said to the impatient Ba Hong, "Senior brother Ba, I have the confidence to take 10% from my Cloud Sky bloodline." Hearing this, Ba Hong couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, because he never thought that this guy, who seemed to have only just entered the time-fuging fourth floor, would actually dare to face him directly. However, Ba Hong was naturally still Ba Hong. After being stunned for a moment, he returned to his previous appearance. However, he didn't want to waste his breath, or rather, He didn't want to argue with the ant in front of him. He directly signaled to a certain figure behind him. After receiving his signal, the figure jumped out without any explanation and swept in front of Yan Chutian. Immediately after, he first excitedly bowed to Ba Hong, then turned around and said to Yan Chutian with a tone full of ridicule, "Haha, you really overestimate yourself. Do you think you have the strength to help my Cloud Sky faction obtain 10%? With your weak strength, you will only make my Cloud Sky bloodline a laughingstock." As soon as the young man opened his mouth to speak, many people in the surroundings began to mock Yan Chutian. Even in the group of disciples under Yuan Yang, there were quite a few people who doubted Yan Chutian. They even found it hard to imagine why Yuan Yang would agree for him to go on stage. The young man used this momentum and continued to mock. "If you know what's good for you, then hurry up and scram. Don't continue to embarrass yourself." However, no matter what the young man said, Yan Chutian still looked at him indifferently. This sort of situation caused the young man to feel very displeased, because it made him feel as if he was a clown. But just at that time, Yan Chutian finally spoke. "In the end, whoever I want to go on stage will be judged by strength. Since that's the case, then I am willing to fight with you. Each person will display a spirit art. With the power of this spirit art, everyone will see who is better. How about it?" Yan Chutian's words had evidently startled everyone again, because none of them would have thought that he would be so straightforward. Could it be that he wasn't someone who was trying to please the crowd, but actually had extraordinary strength? But how was that possible? Even if a person who had just entered the Tianfuging fourth floor was strong, how strong could he be? But all in all, Yan Chutian's words caused everyone to look at the young man. In fact, even the young man himself didn't understand why the other party dared to say such words. But a person who had just entered the Tianfuging fourth floor dared to take the initiative to challenge him, so how could he back down? Because of that, he immediately coldly laughed. "Haha, I didn't think that you wouldn't cry until you saw the coffin. Fine, I'll teach you a good lesson today and let you know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is." After the cold laugh, under the indication of Ba Hong and Yuan Yang, the crowd slowly dispersed, leaving a space for the two of them. As the arena began to unfold, many discussions began to ring out in succession from the surrounding crowd. "Heh! This guy really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Does he think that these 10 matches are just child's play? He actually has the face to participate? It doesn't matter. After this battle, he will naturally reveal his true colors. This kind of person just doesn't know what he's talking about. He thinks that just because he can strut around among the bronze disciples, he can still act lawlessly among us silver disciples." Most of the words were mocking Yan Chutian for overestimating himself. Only the disciples under Yuan Yang chose to remain silent. After all, no matter what, this person had received Yuan Yang's approval. Even if they didn't know about Yan Chutian's deeds, they still felt that he was overestimating himself. However, they definitely wouldn't reveal it on the surface. Otherwise, if they indirectly offended Yuan Yang like this, how would they be able to survive under him? At the same time, the two people in the middle of the arena, the young man still had a cold smile and ridicule on his face as he slowly smiled at Yan Chutian. "Although there's no need to pay attention to someone like you. However, today is also your luck to be able to make me willingly use the myriad fire array to deal with you. However, since you are lucky enough to see my myriad fire array, you will have to bear the corresponding price." Before he finished speaking, layers of spiritual energy had already spread out around the young man's body. As the spiritual energy surged up, the waves that rolled up were like flaming lotuses rising up. Following that, an extremely scorching tide of fire swept out. Wherever this tide of fire spread, it was enough to cause space to become blurry. It was hard to imagine how powerful the myriad fire array would be when it was fully formed. It was also because of this that many of the disciples who knew this young man couldn't help but feel that he was using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. However, thinking about it, this was very likely the first treasure land that their Cloud Sky faction could occupy. If that was the case, they naturally had to think of a way to help their faction fight for this treasure land and display their contributions. Therefore, using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken was excusable. However, even though they knew this point, they couldn't help but laugh coldly. Because if that was the case, that ignorant fellow would be in for a bad time. This myriad fire array was an extraordinary spiritual technique, not to mention the difference in cultivation between the two of them. The moment the 10,000 fire formation appeared, it was possible that it would directly burn the nameplate into pieces. However, thinking about it, they were disciples of the same faction after all. This fellow should have some sense of propriety, right? As the crowd secretly thought about it, the number of flaming lotuses around the young man increased. The temperature of the tide of fire that occasionally spread out made people's hearts palpitate more and more. However, at this moment, Yan Chutian, who was looking at the scene before him, didn't have any trace of fear. It was also because of this that many people around him felt that he really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He was actually still stubbornly holding on at this moment. However, of course, Yan Chutian wasn't stubbornly holding on. The fact that his opponent was able to display such a powerful spiritual technique was within his expectations. On the contrary, if his opponent didn't even have such a powerful spiritual technique, then he would have to worry about the strength of the remaining disciples. In the next moment, he didn't delay any longer. As the spiritual energy around him slowly surged, the mysterious energy from the depths of his body continuously flowed into his right palm, and gradually, a mark appeared on his right palm. This is a spiritual technique, the fragmentary star mark. How is this possible? Too many people were familiar with the prelude to the casting of a spirit art. Hence, cries of surprise rang out instantly. Perhaps it was also because of this spiritual technique that the atmosphere calmed down a lot. However, soon after, someone finally spoke up. From the looks of it, it should have reached the level of 5 yuan. It's actually reached 5 yuan? This fellow hit it so deeply. Humph, he's just lucky. Moreover, even if it's the 5 yuan fragmentary star mark, it's difficult to reverse the situation with such a huge gap in the foundation of heaven's sanctum. At most, I won't let myself lose too badly. Chapter 789. But no matter what the crowd said, the 5 yuan fragmentary star mark in Yan Chutian's hand was the real deal. At the same time, the young man's eyes narrowed as he watched the scene unfold. However, he still believed in his own strength. Although his myriad flames array couldn't compare to the fragmentary star mark, his opponent's spirit art wasn't complete either. Furthermore, he had a huge advantage in terms of cultivation. He didn't believe that his opponent would be able to defy the heavens no matter how strong he was. In short, under the gazes of the many pairs of eyes, the flaming lotuses around the young man continued to float out. In the end, they faintly converged into a flaming lotus formation between heaven and earth. In fact, it was an exaggeration to call it an array. In fact, it was the power of the flaming lotuses that were stacked together in the form of an array. At the center of the flaming lotuses, a flaming palm could be clearly seen gradually forming. As the flaming palm appeared, it emitted an even more terrifying fiery aura than before and immediately spread out. Such a fiery aura could even be felt by many cultivators at the 5th level of the Heavenly Palace stage. Immediately after, the flaming palm tore through space and descended from the sky with a monstrous wave of fire, heading straight for Yan Chutian. However, it was also at this moment that the 5 yuan in Yan Chutian's palm erupted. Immediately after, an indescribable fragmentary star mark suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. The fragmentary star mark seemed to be invisible. Many people could only catch the flickering light before the fragmentary star mark and the flaming palm intersected. As they intersected, there wasn't any earth-shattering sound. In fact, there wasn't much of a movement. It was as if the waves of fire around the flaming palm had gently fluctuated for a moment. Therefore, many people couldn't help but think that the fragmentary star mark had failed. However, it was also at this moment that a crisp, shattering sound suddenly rang out between heaven and earth. Hearing this sound, many people looked at the flaming palm as if they had sensed something. Under the attentive gazes of those people, the flaming arms suddenly began to shatter from the middle. At the same time, many people could see that within the shattered flame arm, there was a dazzling light of the star mark flickering endlessly. Seeing this scene, how could they not know who had won the battle of spirit spell arts? However, it was precisely because they knew who had won that those faces all revealed expressions of disbelief and shock. After all, they had never imagined that Yen Chutian would be the one to emerge victorious in this battle of spirit arts. In their opinion, no matter what, this battle should be won by the young man. After all, his cultivation was at the peak of the 5th level of the Heaven Palace realm. However, the truth was right in front of them, and they had no choice but to accept it. While the crowd was still in shock, the remaining power of the flaming palm was finally reduced to specks of light that filled the sky under the star fragment mark. Immediately after, the remaining power whizzed toward the young man. Although the remaining power was unable to cause him any harm, it still caused his face to turn pale. This was because he was very clear that he had already lost in the battle of spirit arts. Naturally, this result was hard for him to accept. His previous words and attitude were not false bravado. He truly believed that he had the strength to suppress his opponent. However, the result was as such. How could he not be shocked and unable to accept it? Furthermore, he felt that his arrogance and disdain from before had instead turned into slaps that landed on his face. He wished for nothing more than to find a hole in the ground and crawl into it. "Thank you for letting me win." Seeing that his 5-origin fragmentary star mark had torn apart his opponent's spirit art, Yen Chutian did not act arrogant and only spoke softly. Then, he turned his gaze back to Ba Hong. Thinking about it, his opponent should have no reason to object. As if sensing Yen Chutian's gaze, Ba Hong also looked back. However, when their gazes met, he could not say anything. After all, he had tacitly allowed this spirit art battle to take place. Thus, now that his opponent had won, what else could he say to object? While Ba Hong was silent, behind him, Ba Xian's face was not only filled with shock, but also thick jealousy. This unordinary glory that was the center of attention should belong to him. How could it belong to such an ant? However, Ba Hong was very clear that although he still viewed Lin Fan as an ant, fear had already formed in the depths of his heart. That was because even he did not believe that the young man was his opponent. However, since the young man was defeated by that ant, didn't that mean that he was not his opponent? Beside Ba Xian, Wang Chen looked at Yen Chutian, who was already extremely dazzling in the crowd. His gaze could not help but reveal some respect. Although he was a cultivator from the Tianfuging 6th floor, he could faintly feel that Lin Fan would very likely become an extremely extraordinary person in the future. If such a person could not be beaten to the bottom, it was best not to provoke him. Compared to Lin Fan, Ba Xian was like a lump of mud that could not be supported. Although he had some talent, he could only rely on the might of his elder brother, Ba Hong. It was not that the Kongtong faction did not sense the commotion from the Cloud Sky faction. Looking at this scene, Hua Yunxiao, who was among the many silver plate disciples of the Kongtong faction, quickly took a step forward and said to Shen Junyao and Jiang Xiaoyu, who were at the front, "The grasshopper from the Tianfuging 4th floor is extremely strange. Although it appears to be from the Tianfuging 4th floor, its strength is likely to be extremely difficult to deal with within the 5th level of the Tianfuging realm." Hearing those words, Shen Junyao and Jiang Xiaoyu both looked towards the Cloud Sky faction. Within their eyes, Yen Chutian's figure gradually appeared. In the next moment, Shen Junyao lovely laughter rang out. What an extraordinary little fellow. However, a little fellow is still a little fellow. It cannot change the result of my Kongtong faction occupying this precious land. Hearing Shen Juanyao's lovely laughter, Hua Yunxiao did not say anything else. After all, he knew the methods of the woman in front of him. However, when he turned around, his gaze inadvertently swept across the deep white gully in front of the red robe. Although the woman in front of him was terrifying, it had to be said that such a figure made him have some thoughts. However, Hua Yunxiao did not expect that just as he was taking this opportunity to sneak a glance, he would feel an enormous power suddenly attack him in the next instant. Even though his reaction was extremely quick, the defense he condensed was directly torn apart. Then, the crisp sound of a slap rang out between the heavens and the earth. Following that, Shen Juanyao's sweet voice slowly rang out with a sinister chill in it. "You don't want your eyes?" Being slapped in the face in front of so many people, to Hua Yunxiao, this was more than just a great humiliation. However, even if he felt humiliated, he did not dare to say anything. He could only lower his head and return to the crowd. However, not saying anything did not mean that his heart was the same. At this moment, there was already surging fury in his heart. Right now, he did not say anything because he knew that he was no match for her. However, there would be a day when he would make this woman pay the price. After a short period of silence, 10 people from the Cloud Sky faction and the Kongtong faction each stood out. These 10 people were selected by both sides to participate in the 10 battles. Among these 20 people, Yan Chutian was naturally the most eye-catching. After all, the cultivation of the others were at least at the late stage of the 5th level of the Heaven Palace stage. He was the only one who was still at the Tianfuging 4th floor. However, the disciples of both factions had seen the commotion caused by the Cloud Sky faction's battle, so they did not truly make a move. Therefore, not many people looked down on him because of this. At most, the Kongtong faction thought that Yan Chutian might be a breakthrough point. After all, although he could not be looked at with ordinary eyes, his cultivation should really be at the Tianfuging 4th floor. As a result, he was one level lower than the others. Therefore, no matter what, he should be the one who had an easier time breaking through. In contrast, the Cloud Sky faction was inevitably worried about Yan Chutian's battle. After all, his cultivation was at the 4th level of the Heavenly Palace realm, and he was weaker than the others. Chapter 790. But no matter what, the 10 candidates from both sides had already been decided, so the following 10 battles were inevitable. Astonishingly, one could see a figure stepping out from each of the 10 people on each side. On the Cloud Sky faction side, it was a youth in purple. His spiritual energy aura had already reached the peak of the 5th level of the Sky Palace stage. Moreover, the moment he stepped out, he attracted the attention of many disciples from the Cloud Sky faction. There were even exclamations that rang out one after another. The first to step on the stage is Zhou Yan. His strength is at the peak of the 5th level of the Sky Palace stage in our Cloud Sky faction. With Zhou Yan on the stage, even the Kongtong faction won't be able to gain any advantage from us. Zhou Yan will win. While the Cloud Sky faction was stirring up quite a bit, the young man in a green robe on the far left of the 10 candidates from the Kongtong faction also walked out. Similar to Zhou Yan, the youth in green robes was also quite popular in the Kongtong faction. At the very least, it wasn't difficult to tell from the expressions of the Kongtong faction's disciples that they were extremely confident in the first battle. Although Yan Chutian didn't know the identity of the Kongtong faction's disciples, from the surface, the cultivation of the disciples from the two factions wasn't much different. Therefore, the only thing that could determine the outcome was the strength and means that both of them were hiding. The disciples from the two factions didn't have to wait for too long. Soon, the first battle began under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Zhou Yan from the Cloud Sky bloodline was the first to make a move. The spiritual energy around him surged and a massive pressure spread out. It was enough to make even an ordinary cultivator at the 5th level of the Heaven Palace realm feel pressured. Zhou Yan shot out and descended above the youth in green robes. Immediately after, he unleashed a sky full of fist shadows that formed a curtain of fists. The attack seemed simple, but in reality, its power was extraordinary. If the opponent wasn't strong enough, they would more or less show signs of weakness under the curtain of fists. However, looking at the figure, the youth in green robes had an indifferent expression. When the curtain of fists fell, he slowly raised his arm. As he raised his arm, spiritual energy spread out and formed a light screen in the blink of an eye. However, no matter how frightening the descending fists were, they were unable to do anything to the light screen that appeared to have been casually formed. At most, it could only block out a few ripples on the light screen. Such an outcome was clearly not only difficult for the disciples of the Cloud Sky faction to accept, but also for Zhou Yan himself. However, Zhou Yan was also a decisive person. After a moment of absent-mindedness, he retreated in the next moment. Behind him, there were already seemingly endless layers of spirit energy that gradually converged into an illusory figure. One could vaguely see that the illusory figure had 3 heads and 6 arms, and each of its hands was holding a long spear. Immediately, an extremely enormous pressure spread out and enveloped every corner of the world. Clearly, Zhou Yan's spell was anything but simple. In reality, this was indeed the case, because when he used this spirit technique, quite a few cries of surprise rang out from the Cloud Sky bloodline. This is a sublime spirit battle art. Once the battle art is used, it can summon a strand of immemorial battle intent. It is an extremely powerful spirit technique. Zhou Yan directly used the sublime spirit battle art. If the disciples of the Kongtong bloodline continue to underestimate him, they will suffer. Zhou Yan's expression was solemn and his eyes were tightly shut. But very quickly, he slowly opened his eyes. Along with the opening of his eyes, an even greater pressure than before quickly spread out in all directions. At the same time, the illusory figure behind him slowly raised its 6 arms. At the same time, it also slowly activated the might of the 6 long spears. Sublime Spirit Battle Art Kill. When the power seemed to have accumulated to its peak, Zhou Yan decisively shouted. The instant his shout rang out, the illusory figure took a step forward. The 6 long spears in its arms were raised high as they fiercely pierced towards the green-robed youth. The 6 spears were shot out together, but there was still no movement. This was because the 6 long spears had already pierced through space and were heading straight for the head of the green-robed youth from the Kongtong bloodline. However, even in the face of such a spirit technique, the green-robed youth still had a lazy expression. Only when the 6 long spears pierced through space did he raise his hand again. As he raised his hand, another screen of light rapidly rose. This scene clearly infuriated the disciples of the Cloud Sky bloodline, as well as Zhou Yan himself. It was fine before. After all, Zhou Yan's previous attack was not a spirit technique, but a slightly more powerful method. However, even now, he still looked down on them like this. He was simply not putting the disciples of the Cloud Sky bloodline in his eyes. However, since that was the case, then he would have to pay the corresponding price for underestimating him. However, what happened next was that the disciples of the Kongtong bloodline would be caught off guard or even put into a sorry state due to their own underestimation. Astonishingly, the screen of light that seemed to be casually raised was still like before, forcibly blocking the 6 long spears that pierced through space. The commotion caused by this scene was simply too great. It caused the many disciples of the Cloud Sky bloodline to reveal unprecedented expressions of disbelief. The way they saw it, the two of them should be evenly matched. Even if Zhou Yan wanted to obtain victory, he would have to go through a fierce battle. But why would the situation turn out like this? The 6 spears descended, berserk power wreaking havoc without end. However, no matter how much that power wreaked havoc, it was simply unable to pierce through the seemingly weak screen of light. As for the power of the spirit technique, there would come a time when it was exhausted. No matter how much the power of the long spears wreaked havoc, it finally fell silent not long after. However, even though Zhou Yan's spirit technique had disappeared, the screen of light before the green-robed youth was still completely undamaged. However, at that moment, the green-robed youth finally laughed coldly. "Haha, disciples of the Cloud Sky bloodline, you've played enough games. Now let's end this." As his voice rang out, the green-robed youth rapidly formed hand seals. Following the formation of his hand seals, the surrounding spiritual energy unceasingly gathered. In the end, it condensed into a black ancient mirror that floated up and down between his palms. The ancient mirror was completely pitch black. Although light and shadow would occasionally appear on the surface of the mirror, the image that was reflected was clearly an indescribable demonic image. All in all, this spirit technique gave off an extremely strange feeling. Although it was strange to others, it was clearly a scene that the green-robed youth couldn't be any more familiar with. He raised his palms and the black ancient mirror rapidly rose up. Immediately after, from the surface of the mirror, an extremely pale white arm with an eye-catching black line slowly stretched out. When the pale white arm stretched out, there wasn't anything fancy about it. However, at this moment, an unprecedented oppressive aura pervaded the hearts of everyone present. Looking at this scene, a bad premonition rose in Yan Chutian's heart. Even to him, this green-robed youth was an extremely thorny fellow. If his Cloud Sky bloodline disciple Zhou Yan was the slightest bit careless, he would fall to his hands. Great Spirit Shield Technique. Seeing such a scene, Zhou Yan didn't underestimate it. Spiritual energy unceasingly gathered around him, and a human image appeared once more. However, this time, the 6 arms of the human image held a round shield. Following which, the 6 shields stacked on top of each other, swiftly forming a giant light screen in front of them. The light screen's aura spread out, giving one the feeling that no matter how strong the attack was, it wouldn't be able to cause any damage to the light screen. Because of this defensive spirit spell, many disciples of the Cloud Sky bloodline who were feeling a little depressed because of the green-robed young man from the Kongtong bloodline regained a lot of confidence at this moment. In their eyes, even if the Kongtong bloodline disciple was weird, he wouldn't be able to easily break through Zhou Yan's Great Spirit Shield technique. Although Yan Chutian also felt that Zhou Yan's shield technique wasn't weak, when he inadvertently saw the green-robed youth's mouth curl up into a cold smile. The bad feeling in his heart rose once more. The attack of this Kongtong bloodline disciple probably wasn't as simple as it looked on the surface. Like it was confirming Yan Chutian's premonition, the giant pale white hand reached down and landed above the shield light screen. However, before it truly touched it, from the tip of the straight black line on the arm, there were drops of black liquid dripping down. The black liquid seemed unassuming, but as it dripped down, it silently melted the light screen. Chapter 791. The dark black liquid looked unremarkable, and if one didn't pay attention to it, it would be easy to overlook it. However, when these few drops of black liquid fell, they silently melted the spiritual energy light screen. This scene was clearly something that Zhou Yan did not expect. Thus, when the spiritual energy light screen was broken, his face was filled with disbelief and fear. This was because he knew very well that with his opponent's strength, he would never miss such a big flaw. In fact, this was indeed the case. When the light screen was broken, the giant pale hand brazenly reached down. Even though there were still 6 round shields in front of Zhou Yan. However, even the combined spiritual energy light screen formed by the 6 round shields was broken through. One could only imagine how much resistance these scattered round shields had at this moment. As a result, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the several round shields and the illusory figures behind them could no longer withstand the descent of the giant pale hand and began to collapse inch by inch. In just a few breaths, Zhou Yan's defense was completely broken. At this moment, how could the green-robed youth hesitate for a moment? Under his control, he used his remaining strength to slap the former's body from afar. When this palm slammed down, Zhou Yan's protective spiritual energy immediately shattered. Unable to withstand the pressure, he spat out blood from his mouth. Like a dead dog, he directly smashed into the ground dozens of feet away. Boom! Along with the rumbling sound of the landing, the world gradually returned to calm. However, this calmness clearly caused the faces of every disciple of the Cloud Sky faction to become unprecedentedly ugly. This was because they never thought that the result of Zhou Yan's battle would be so one-sided. If they were defeated after a fierce battle, then they could accept it. After all, both of them were at the peak of the 5th level of the Heaven Mansion stage, but how could they accept such a result? In contrast to the deathly silent atmosphere on the Cloud Sky faction's side, the disciples of the Kongtong faction couldn't help but sneer. Following which, there were many mocking words that continuously sounded from all over the crowd. It wasn't until Shen Junyao, who was dressed in red, smiled faintly in front of the Kongtong faction's camp that the atmosphere behind her calmed down. "Alright, it's just the first round. I presume that the first round is just a test for the Cloud Sky faction." No matter how infuriating the words of the winner were, they couldn't find any reason to argue. Thus, regardless of whether it was Yuan Yang or Bahong, they could only turn their gazes towards the remaining 9 people with gloomy expressions. Losing the first round, and losing so thoroughly at that, it was a huge blow to the morale of his Cloud Sky bloodline. Thus, they urgently hoped that someone would be able to stand forth. It would be best if that person could also suppress their opponent with overwhelming strength. However, among the remaining 9 disciples, was there really such a candidate? When he sensed the gazes of Bahong and Yuan Yang, Yan Chutian originally wanted to take the initiative to step forward. However, before he could, another black-clothed figure had already taken a step forward. The moment the black-robed figure stepped out, he immediately attracted a lot of gazes. When the disciples of the Cloud Sky faction looked at him, they could not help but have many expressions in their eyes. Clearly, this black-robed figure was a fellow with quite a reputation within the 5th level of the Cloud Sky faction. Although Yan Chutian didn't know the identity of the black-robed figure, Mai Hani, who was beside him, quickly whispered, "He's called Qing Lai. In terms of strength, he's even a little stronger than Zhou Yan from before. With him taking action, the second round might really be able to turn the situation around." Hearing this, Yan Chutian could only lightly nod his head. There was nothing else he could do. He could only hope that Qing Lai would be able to win the second round. Otherwise, 2 consecutive defeats at the start of the match would be too damaging to the morale of their Cloud Sky faction. Returning to the main topic, after Qing Lai stepped onto the stage, one of the remaining 9 people from the Kongtong faction also took a step forward. Spiritual light surged around him as he appeared in the middle of the arena. Different from the silent and arrogant azure-robed youth from before, this man had light surging around him. His face was filled with ridicule and arrogance as he directly said, "Looks like this is the next pitiful fellow that the Cloud Sky faction has sent out. I'm not afraid to say it out loud. Compared to that fellow from before, I, Zhao Yang, am a little lacking. However, it's more than enough to suppress you ants from the Kongtong faction." At the end of his words, Zhao Yang's voice had already turned into a cold roar. At the same time, spiritual light surged around him as he sent a palm over. The palm was filled with dazzling azure light. Although this attack was sudden, Qing Lai was clearly not unprepared. He immediately stomped his right foot on the ground, causing cracks to appear on the ground. From the cracks, a layer of dark spiritual light rushed out. In the next instant, a huge explosion rang out between the heavens and the earth, announcing the start of the second round. With the first round as a foreshadowing, the expressions of the many disciples from the Cloud Sky faction naturally couldn't be good. They all stared intently at Qing Lai, hoping that the former would be able to win this round. In contrast, the many disciples from the Kongtong faction weren't too worried. It was clear that Zhao Yang's previous words about his strength had already obtained their approval. Boom! The exchange continued. After the first attack failed, the two continued to exchange over a dozen blows. However, each time, Tring Lai did not retreat in the slightest. This caused the eyes of the disciples from the Cloud Sky faction to ignite with hope. However, at this moment, Zhao Yang suddenly retreated several dozen feet. Immediately after, he formed a hand seal and the light surging around him became even more dazzling. Tianyang Divine Fire. With a sudden roar, the dazzling light around him rapidly converged into his body like liquid. But soon after, it turned into a mouthful of true fire that poured out from Zhao Yang's mouth and enveloped Qing Lai. As the divine fire descended, the space became void. Only that mouthful of true fire burned everything between heaven and earth as it enveloped Qing Lai. This scene naturally made the disciples of the Cloud Sky bloodline extremely worried, because of the first battle just now. They were truly worried that Qing Lai would be defeated just like this. However, facing this attack, Qing Lai was actually quite calm at this moment. As the mouthful of true fire enveloped him, he slowly formed a hand seal and once again stepped on the ground. Once again, a large amount of spiritual light surged up. However, this time, the spiritual light that surged up was no longer chaotic and formless. Gradually, it condensed into the shape of a huge sword. In the next instant, under his control, the huge sword slashed out horizontally. The aura that swept out seemed to be able to cut apart the space between heaven and earth. The moment the two's attacks appeared, they naturally clashed together. What caused the disciples from the Cloud Sky faction to breathe a sigh of relief was that the might of the heavy sword in Qing Lai's hand was extraordinary. It actually showed signs of cutting apart the true fire. Of course, at the same time, the heavy sword was also enduring the terrifying burning power of the true fire. An extremely eye-catching melting intent could be clearly seen on the body of the heavy sword. In short, the collision of the two's attacks was more like a situation where they were evenly matched. After several breaths of time, the heavy sword really did melt. At the same time, the true fire also shattered. To the disciples from the Cloud Sky faction, such an outcome could be considered as good news. However, it clearly caused the disciples from the Kongtong faction, including Zhao Yang himself, to be somewhat dissatisfied. Even from Zhao Yang's point of view, his Tianyang Divine Fire should have been able to injure his opponent. Haha, truly tenacious. However, since you were able to coincidentally block my Tianyang Divine Fire, I would like to see if you still have the ability to block this heavenly deity's true fire. After saying those words, before the gazes of tens of thousands of people, Zhao Yang formed another hand seal. This time around, several rays of fiery light soared into the sky from his back. The fiery light soared into the sky and continued to converge high up in the sky. After a long period of fusion, they finally began to slowly squirm and gradually formed the appearance of a huge flaming finger. At this moment, although the huge flaming finger had only fused together, its appearance had yet to completely take shape. However, even now, there was absolutely no one who doubted the might of the huge flaming finger. The reason for that was because its aura was simply too powerful. The aura of the waves of fire that faintly spread out was enough to suffocate many cultivators at the 5th level of the Heavenly Palace stage. Chapter 792. As the giant flaming finger appeared in the sky, the terrifying aura that spread out was enough to shock any cultivator at the 5th level of the Heavenly Palace stage. Not to mention, when the giant flaming finger was fully formed, the massive aura that spread out was enough to make any cultivator at the perfect 5th level of the Heaven Mansion stage clearly feel the terrifying heat. Zhao Yang was obviously very satisfied with such power. With a sneer on his face, he once again locked his mocking gaze on Qing Lai from afar. He wanted to see if the disciple of the Cloud Sky lineage would be able to withstand his true heavenly god flame like he had before. In the blink of an eye, the large flaming finger slowly penetrated through space while Qing Lai was laughing coldly. Soon after, the large finger swept out and slowly descended towards Ching Lai. From afar, one could feel the terrifying power of the giant flaming finger. The surrounding disciples from the cloud sky lineage couldn't help but tense up. The power of the heavenly god True Flame was just too strong. It was hard for them not to worry about whether Ching Lai could withstand it like before. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, he once again formed a seal. The massive spiritual energy behind him moved along with the seal and finally condensed into a giant sword above his head. Although it was also a spiritual energy giant sword, the power of this giant sword was much stronger than before. On the body of the sword, the dazzling light was extremely eye-catching. Amidst the flowing light, the sharp sword aura that spread out had an invincible aura. Following which, under Ching Lai's control, the spiritual energy heavy sword slashed out once again. With an unparalleled sword aura, it swept straight towards the giant flaming finger that was suppressing down. In the next instant, the spiritual energy giant's sword and the giant flaming finger violently clashed together. In the instant of the collision, astonishing energy ripples rapidly spread out, forcibly shattering the surrounding space into nothingness. Such an astonishing commotion naturally attracted countless gazes from the heavens and the earth. Under the attentive gazes of these gazes, one could clearly see that the spiritual energy heavy sword, which was overflowing with brilliance, was rapidly emerging as if it was about to be melted. In contrast, what made the disciples from the cloud sky lineage feel extremely uneasy was that the sword aura that was slashed out did not cut the giant flaming finger apart like before. If this continued, wouldn't it mean that Ching Lai would be defeated? Such a situation caused the corners of Zhao Yang's mouth to curl into an eerily cold smile. Although he had forced out the true flame of the heavenly god, as long as he could win this battle, it would be worth it. At the same time, the expression of Ching Lai, who was being suppressed by the huge flaming finger, was naturally ugly. After all, it wasn't as if he didn't know that if this continued, he would definitely lose. However, he was clear that he could not lose. Otherwise, not only would he lose this match, his cloud sky bloodline would lose 2 matches. Just this alone was an indescribable blow to the morale of the cloud sky bloodline disciples. Ching Lai's character had never been one to be wishy-washy. With this thought in mind, he decisively urged the hidden power in his body. Even if it would cause quite a bit of damage to his cultivation foundation, he would not hesitate. Activating his foundation, Ching Lai spat out a mouthful of spiritual energy. One could see that this mouthful of spiritual energy had a tinge of blood within it. Under the fusion of such spiritual energy, the spiritual energy heavy sword, which was originally showing signs of melting, once again burst out with a dazzling light. Moreover, the might of the spiritual energy continued to press forward, forcibly tearing a hole in the huge flaming finger. Naturally, it was impossible for Xian Wang not to notice such a scene. However, it was precisely because he sensed it and even saw the source that his expression became so unsightly. This was because he didn't expect his opponent to be so stupid as to actually want to lose his cultivation foundation for such a battle. It was easy to lose something like this, but to truly make up for it was an extremely difficult matter. With such a loss, even if the Cloud Sky bloodline could occupy this treasure land in the end, it would not have much of a chance for them. He didn't understand why his opponent was so stupid. At the very least, if it was him, he definitely wouldn't be so stupid as to waste his foundation. It was also because of this that the two converging attacks vaguely reached a state of equilibrium once again. Although this made Zhao Yang a little dissatisfied, his opponent was even willing to waste his own foundation. Thus, he could only say nothing. However, he didn't expect that just as he was prepared to continuously waste Ching Lai's foundation, Ching Lai would suddenly tear open space. The surrounding spiritual energy was like a sharp sword as it furiously slashed towards him. What he truly didn't expect was that Ching Lai didn't care about wasting his foundation at all. Moreover, because he was caught off guard, Zhao Yang even felt that there was a possibility of him being defeated. Once he thought of the possibility of him being defeated, even if he didn't want to waste his foundation, he couldn't care less. Otherwise, once he was defeated, how could he raise his head in front of the other Kongtong disciples? Helpless, Zhao Yang could only activate his own foundation in exchange for a momentary burst of power at the expense of his foundation. However, his actions were clearly slower than Qing Lai's. Qing Lai also seemed to be aware of his character. He grabbed this gap and unleashed his most frightening attack on him. The final result was that both sides were seriously injured. Even though Zhao Yang didn't care about exhausting his foundation, he was still a step too slow. However, as he was seriously injured, he was able to use his foundation to counterattack. This counterattack was naturally difficult for Qing Lai to block, and he was also seriously injured. In the end, the two of them were sent flying at practically the same time, smashing into the rubble. However, this result made Zhao Yang even more furious. Originally, he should have been able to obtain victory. However, he wasn't willing to exhaust his foundation at the start. Otherwise, how could his opponent have found an opportunity to take advantage of? Now, even though he had exhausted his foundation, the result was that both sides were seriously injured. Even if his opponent had exhausted more of his foundation, how could he not be furious? Compared to Zhao Yang's fury and unwillingness, Qing Lai, who was in the rubble, let out a sigh of relief. It was already the best result that he could achieve by fighting with the other party until both sides were heavily injured. Furthermore, with this, he didn't fail to live up to the expectations of the Cloud Sky faction. In fact, this was indeed the case. Although he didn't obtain victory, the result of both sides being seriously injured caused many of the Cloud Sky faction's disciples to sigh in relief. Although they hadn't managed to tie the score, they hadn't widened the gap either. This was extremely good news. Furthermore, when the many disciples saw what had happened earlier, they knew that there was no room for them to blame Qing Lai. After all, he was someone who had not hesitated to exhaust his foundation time and time again. No one could guarantee that there wouldn't be a second person in the Cloud Sky faction capable of such a feat. The Cloud Sky faction's disciples sighed in relief. As for the Kongtong faction's disciples, they naturally had dissatisfied expressions on their faces. In fact, to some people, this was Zhao Yang's foolishness. In any case, he was going to exhaust his foundation in the end. Why didn't he just directly exhaust his foundation? That way, he would have been able to determine victory and defeat. Why did he have to end up like this? However, when even Shen Junyao and Jiang Shao didn't say anything, they naturally wouldn't say anything either. They merely silently turned their gazes to the remaining 8 people. They believed that since Zhao Yang had set a precedent, none of the remaining disciples of the Kongtong sect would do such a thing with twice the effort for half the result. In other words, the Cloud Sky faction would not be so lucky in the future. All in all, the curtains to the second round of the competition slowly came to an end. However, the end of this round did not mean that the banners and drums had ceased. Instead, it meant that even more intense and even white-hot battles were about to follow. After 2 rounds, the Kongtong faction had temporarily suppressed the Cloud Sky faction with 1 victory. It was obvious that the Kongtong faction wanted to follow up their victory and win 4 more rounds as soon as possible, directly confirming their victory. On the other hand, the Cloud Sky faction naturally wanted to make a comeback, even though the difficulty of such a comeback was truly too great. However, no one was willing to see this precious land of crystal essences miss out on them. I wonder who the Cloud Sky faction will send out for the 3rd round? Shen Junyao appeared rather at ease as the 2 sides faced each other. Her red lips parted slightly as she smiled and asked Yuan Yang and Ba Hong on the other side. Chapter 793. Facing Shen Juanyao's faint smile, neither Yuan Yang nor Ba Hong could laugh. They could only silently look at the remaining 8 people from the Cloud Sky faction. There was no need for them to look any further. Very soon, one of the 8 stepped forward with a determined expression. In contrast, a proud figure slowly stepped out from the remaining 8 people from the Kongtong faction. The enormous spiritual energy surging around him was enough to suppress a cultivator at the 5th level of the Heavenly Palace realm. Next, fierce battles continued to erupt between the disciples of the 2 factions. Although the Cloud Sky faction lost the 3rd battle, the gap between them didn't continue to widen after these 2 battles. In the following battles, the Cloud Sky faction gradually stabilized the situation and barely managed to fight to a draw. Even when Maihani appeared in the battle, although the battle was full of ups and downs, she was the one who won in the end. Wu Hani, who was clearly in a weakened state, flew off the stage. In the end, it was impossible for Yan Chutian to remain indifferent towards her. With a slight flash, she went forward to support that jade arm. At first, when she felt that she was being supported, Maihani's delicate body suddenly stiffened. However, when she saw the figure supporting her, her slightly pale face couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Following which, her tensed-up delicate body gradually softened. However, while she relaxed, Maihani's beautiful face couldn't be happy. Because although she won a battle with difficulty, her Cloud Sky faction was still behind by 1 battle. However, there were only 2 more battles left. If the other party won another battle, then her Cloud Sky faction could only watch as this Crystal Essence treasure land belonged to someone else. At the very least, they had to win 1 battle and fight to a draw with the Kongtong faction. Only then would it mean that the Cloud Sky faction wasn't fated with this Crystal Essence treasure land. At this moment, not only Maihani, but all the other disciples of the Cloud Sky faction were clear of this point. As a result, all eyes were fixed on the last 2 figures. Of these 2 figures, one was Yan Chutian. At the same time, although the people of the Cloud Sky lineage were under great pressure, the same was true for the people of the Kongtong lineage. Originally, in the eyes of many Kongtong disciples, the Cloud Sky faction should have been completely crushed by them. Even this kind of hope would not be left behind. Only, who would have thought that a centipede would die but not fall over? Even though the fate of that number 1 disciple was unknown, the Cloud Sky bloodline still had these troublesome fellows, dragging things out to this extent. However, it didn't matter. There were still 2 more battles. Even if the 2 disciples from the Cloud Sky faction were able to force a draw in these 2 battles, it would still be a draw. This also meant that this treasured land belonged to the Kongtong lineage. For the last 2 matches, Yan Chutian no longer hesitated. Before the other disciple moved, he directly rushed to the center of the arena. Yan Chutian's appearance immediately attracted the attention of everyone. This kind of attraction was not only because this was the penultimate battle between the 2 factions, but also because of the cultivation level. No matter how one looked at it, it was only at the Tianfuging 4th floor. Although the disciples from both factions vaguely knew that they could not treat each other with ordinary gazes. However, without personally witnessing it, no one could be sure. Towards Yan Chutian, many disciples from the Cloud Sky faction felt uneasy in their hearts. However, at this kind of time, they could only hope that the former's performance in their faction was not just a flash in the pan. Returning to the main topic, while Yan Chutian's appearance had attracted the gazes of many people, a figure also stepped out from the Kongtong faction, attracting the gazes of everyone in the world. It was a figure wearing silver armor. The silver armor flashed with a light, and an extremely thick spiritual energy pressure faintly spread out. This silver armor might not be a spiritual weapon, but it should be a body with a certain amount of defensive power. This silver-armored figure was clearly the stronger of the 2 remaining disciples from the Kongtong faction. He knew that the other party would walk out in this battle, which was why he directly went up the stage. As long as he could defeat this silver-armored figure, then the pressure on the disciples from the Cloud Sky faction in the final battle would be reduced. This was the greatest contribution that he, Yan Chutian, could make. If this was the case, then the Cloud Sky faction would still lose. It could only be said that the overall strength of the Cloud Sky faction was not comparable to the Kongtong faction. However, although Yan Chutian thought so, whether it was the disciples from the Cloud Sky faction or the Kongtong faction, they did not feel that he had much of a chance of winning. After all, they could roughly see the strength of this silver-armored figure. Although his strength might not be comparable to that of Zhao Yang, he was still a fellow that could not be underestimated. At this time, only Mai Hani could roughly see Yan Chutian's intentions. Only she felt that Yan Chutian should have a certain chance of winning against the silver-armored youth. After all, this silver-armored figure was at most a bit stronger than the Kongtong disciple she had fought before. At the same time, the silver-armored figure that walked out had already slowly raised his head, revealing an extremely cold and arrogant face hidden under the silver armor. The silver-armored figure did not say anything. As he slowly raised his hand, the spiritual light in his hand surged and quickly gathered into a dazzling silver spear. Immediately, he pointed the silver spear at Yan Chutian. There were no superfluous words on his cold and arrogant face, but a sharp arc slowly formed as he spoke softly. "Haha, the one who will kill you is Lin Yuan of the Kongtong faction." Before his voice died away, the silver spear in Lin Yuan's hand had already pierced through space, pressing towards Yan Chutian and suppressing him. The terrifying aura of the spear was enough to make many cultivators at the 5th level of the Heavenly Palace realm feel the terrifying tearing intent. Lin Yuan's cold and arrogant appearance was also extremely domineering when he attacked. Such a blow was not without the intention of defeating Yan Chutian in one fell swoop. Of course, this was also a test. After all, he was not stupid enough to think that Hua Yunshao would make empty promises. However, if Hua Yunshao was not as strong as he imagined, then he did not mind severely injuring Hua Yunshao with this blow. The silver spear pierced through space, forcefully suppressing Yan Chutian's position. At this moment, everyone's gazes were focused on him. They were all curious about whether he had the strength to resist. Facing the silver spear that pierced through space, Yan Chutian's face was calm. He had to win this round, so he had to block such an attack. In the next instant, he raised his right arm, and along with his movement, spiritual energy rapidly surged, condensing into a light screen in front of him. The silver spear fiercely collided with the light screen. Although the impact of the collision was not small, the light screen was not torn by the silver spear. Instead, it shook the light screen away. Such a scene naturally caused the disciples of the Cloud Sky faction to sigh in relief. From the looks of it, this disciple of the Cloud Sky faction was not a flash in the pan. But thinking about it, if he was really a flash in the pan, he would not have the guts to take the initiative to enter the arena at this critical moment. Similarly, looking at this scene, the disciples of the Kongtong faction had a somewhat unnatural expression. However, they also had a certain amount of confidence in Lin Yuan. Even if the other party was somewhat unusual, it was impossible for him to create too big of a storm. Dozens of feet away, Lin Yuan held the silver spear in his hand, his eyes deep. It seemed that the guy in front of him was not so weak that he could not withstand a single blow. At least, he had a certain amount of strength. But at the end of the day, the 4th level of the Heaven Palace realm was still the 4th level of the Heaven Palace realm. It would be foolish of him to think that he could flaunt his prowess in front of him just by relying on some ability. After manipulating the silver spear in his hand again, and making it float in the air between his palms, Lin Yuan's palms continuously converged on the silver spear. With the continuous integration of the silver light, the silver spear's light became more and more dazzling. At the same time, the space where the spear was aimed at was torn apart by a huge spatial gully. The spatial gully continued to spread until it reached the front of Yan Chutian. Only then did Lin Yuan suddenly shout, "Sky Silver Spear!" Buzz! An ancient buzzing sound suddenly rang out. After the buzzing sound, the silver spear had already followed the spatial gully and shot toward the location of Yan Chutian. Moreover, as the silver spear shot out, The spatial gully constantly emitted silver light that soared into the sky and merged into the spear body. As it went down, the spear body could no longer be seen clearly. It had already turned into a huge silver light pillar that rushed toward Yen Chutian, suppressing him with a world-destroying force. Chapter 794. The dazzling silver spear descended from the sky. Not to mention the Tianfuging fourth floor, even a cultivator at the fifth level of the Tianfuging stage would not dare to underestimate it in the slightest. It was also because of this that the hearts of the many disciples of the Cloud Sky faction tensed up. They were all worried that Yen Chutian would be defeated. If he was defeated, it would mean that the Cloud Sky faction would miss the opportunity to enter the Crystal Marrow Treasure Land. The Silver Spear attacked. Facing this extraordinary spiritual technique, although Yen Chutian would not underestimate it, he would not fear it either. The current him was no longer the same as before. He was much stronger than when he first entered the Tianfuging fourth floor. The moment before the silver spear truly suppressed him, the seal hidden in his hand had already rapidly appeared. This ancient seal that revealed an ancient and mysterious aura was the mysterious Yang seal. When the mysterious Yang seal appeared, there was no shocking movement. Instead, when the ancient aura spread out, it seemed to have calmed down the pressure of the silver spear for a moment. Even though this moment was extremely inconspicuous, the people above the fifth level of the Tianfuging stage from the two factions, including Lin Yuan himself, were all stunned. However, it would not give them more time to react. This moment seemed to be extremely short, but it was already enough for Yen Chutian to seize the opportunity. The power of the mysterious Yang seal in his hand whistled out. The result could be imagined. Under the gazes of the crowd, many cracks rapidly appeared on the incomparably powerful silver spear. In the blink of an eye, the entire silver spear was like porcelain, shattering into pieces. When Lin Yuan's heavenly silver spear collapsed, it caused many disciples of the two factions to be shocked. Even those geniuses above the Tianfuging sixth floor were the same. Although they had vaguely sensed something strange a moment ago, they did not expect that it would become like this in the blink of an eye. In addition to the shock, the disciples of the Kongtong faction naturally had ugly expressions. Although they also knew that the other party could not be judged based on the realm on the surface. However, the disciples of the Kongtong faction were all forcefully crushed by the disciples of the Cloud Sky faction who were weaker than them. No matter how they looked at it, it made them feel a little uncomfortable. While the Kongtong faction's disciples had ugly expressions, the Cloud Sky faction's disciples were naturally all extremely excited. Because from the looks of it, it was not impossible for them to win this battle. Damn it! Feeling the change in the surrounding atmosphere, Lin Yuan, who was wearing a silver armor, could not help but show a gloomy expression. He didn't expect the other party to be so difficult to deal with. To think that he had felt that the other party was the best breakthrough point. Just now, he had stepped onto the stage in this battle, wanting to directly help the Kongtong bloodline secure victory. If he had known this would happen, he would have waited for the last battle. Even if he lost this battle, he would still be able to guarantee victory against the last disciple of the Cloud Sky clan. However, at this point, it was too late for regrets, so he didn't think too much about it. He quickly condensed his own spiritual energy again, gathering it around his body. As it gathered, under his control, a silver spear slowly appeared again. However, this silver spear was different from the previous one. On the silver spear body, there were 3 strands of blood-colored lines that were like swimming dragons, which were extremely eye-catching. Moreover, from these 3 blood-colored dragon patterns, an unprecedented bloody aura quickly spread. Although it wasn't that much stronger than before, there was a baleful blood aura that wasn't there before. The silver spear continued to be completed, and the 3 blood-colored dragon patterns also became more eye-catching. This scene naturally attracted the attention of countless eyes between heaven and earth. Seeing this scene, the many disciples from the Cloud Sky bloodline became extremely worried. This was because many of them vaguely knew about Lin Yuan's means, and they also knew that his killing power was much more terrifying than before. As for the disciples of the Kongtong faction, many of their expressions looked better. They naturally knew how powerful Lin Yuan's technique was. Since he was willing to use this spiritual technique, it meant that he no longer looked down on the other party. However, thinking about it, if he still looked down on the other party, what difference would he be from a fool? While the disciples of the two factions were paying attention to the use of the spiritual technique, Lin Yuan's own cold laughter finally slowly sounded. This is my spiritual technique, the Blood Dragon Spear. When the Blood Dragon Spear comes out, it will be stained with your blood. As the rather proud and cold laughter fell, Lin Yuan had already raised his arms. At the same time, there seemed to be invisible arms between heaven and earth that were raised, tightly holding the Blood Dragon Spear. Immediately, the Blood Dragon Spear turned into a blood-colored beam of light and once again shot toward Yan Chutian. The speed of the blood-colored light was so fast that many people couldn't see it clearly. They could only see a fleeting blood-colored light. However, although they couldn't see it with their naked eyes, it didn't prevent them from knowing the terrifying power of this spiritual technique. This made even the disciples of the Cloud Sky faction secretly worry again. Could Yan Chutian block this spiritual technique? As for the disciples of the Kongtong faction, naturally, many of them sneered even more. In the eyes of many of them, even if the disciples of the Cloud Sky faction could barely resist Lin Yuan's Blood Dragon Spear, they would definitely be in a sorry state. At the same time, Yan Chutian's expression was still extremely calm. Only when the Blood Dragon Spear came attacking did he slowly summon the surrounding spiritual power. However, under the concealment of the spiritual power, there was a mud-like substance that was already faintly discernible. It was only because of the layers of spiritual power that people couldn't detect it. Boom! The Blood Dragon Spear finally landed, and the moment it landed, there seemed to be a dragon's roar resounding. Then, a giant rumbling noise arose, loud enough to shake the entire universe. At this moment, Lin Yuan was already sneering. In his opinion, the other party was probably seriously injured and unconscious under his Blood Dragon Spear. The Blood Dragon Spear was the spiritual technique he was proud of, so it naturally had such power. However, just as he was sneering like this, a fatal threat suddenly emerged behind him. This made his face suddenly stiffen because he didn't understand how there could be a threat behind him. Could it be that the other disciples of the Cloud Sky faction knew that they were going to lose, so they attacked so crazily? As for the source of this threat was Yan Chutian, he didn't even think about it. The other party was at least seriously injured under his Blood Dragon Spear. How could he still have the strength to take advantage of this opportunity to kill him? But in any case, since danger was coming, he naturally hurriedly condensed spiritual power to protect himself. The spiritual power around his body quickly lingered layer by layer. Even though the attack came extremely fast, Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. But in the next moment, when the attack really bombarded under his spiritual power defense, he could no longer relax. Because at the moment of contact, he could clearly feel that his spiritual power defense was about to break. And why does this power feel so similar to that spiritual technique? But how is this possible? If it's really that spiritual technique, doesn't it mean that the person who attacked is really a disciple of the Cloud Sky faction? In an instant, too many thoughts flashed through Lin Yuan's mind. But all of this couldn't be stopped. The spiritual power defense around his body continued to collapse, and the spiritual power protection around his body was finally torn apart. A ray of star-mark light, as if it was invincible, directly broke through all the defenses in front of it, and then fiercely collided with Lin Yuan's back. The consequences of such a blow could be imagined. Lin Yuan couldn't even turn his head, and he couldn't let himself confirm the identity of the other party at all. He was forced to spit out blood from his mouth, and his eyes turned black. At the same time, his body was like a cannonball, smashing straight into the ground in front of him, and finally smashed into the ground. However, no matter how big this scene was, it made the atmosphere of the surrounding disciples of the two factions dead silent in an instant. Countless incredulous gazes were fixed on the center of the field, looking at Lin Yuan, who had fainted in the broken ground, and also looking at the thin figure in the air, who was slowly exhaling a breath of air. This was really because no one thought that the result of the fight between the two would be like this. Needless to say, the Kongtong faction didn't think that Lin Yuan would be defeated. As for the Cloud Sky faction, although they were all thinking that Yan Chutian could win, they didn't think that the former would win in an instant, and the process was so clean,